think I'm already live, aren't I? I'm already live, aren't I? Just 1 minute, guys. Because I have mucked up here big time. I shouldn't be live yet. Let us... There we go. Right, how are we doing, guys? Welcome to the stream. Well, this isn't going to plan yet. I'm going to try and bring you some live timing very, very shortly. But there's a red flag anyway currently at the circuit. I've just got to change over my audio as I'm doing this. So just give me a moment. I thought I'd do a watch along. I'm going to try and bring you some live timing in a moment, but I need to get my audio sorted so I'm not using this. 1 minute. Well, it appears my microphone isn't on from my headset, so that's a weird one. So, just want to double check you can't hear the coverage that I'm watching. No, I know it's not on. I'm trying to sort it because my headset one's not working for some reason. So we have a red flag at the moment with Aston Martin. Felipe Drugovich, he's come out of the pits for the first time in his Aston Martin and has pulled over. The Aston Martin has got its rearward aero rakes on it, and it's pulled over, I think, just up the road from where Grosjean had his fiery accident. No, I know you can hear me now. I'm trying not to use this microphone. I want to use this microphone so I don't have to hold this all morning. But for some reason, it's not picking up the microphone on my headset, so I don't know why. But it's all right. Just want to check, though, that you can't hear the stream that I'm watching. Seeing into the Ferrari garage, it's got the aero rakes just behind the front wheels attached, so they're going to be checking front wing and wheel aero. Massive aero rakes on the Alfa Romeo there, Alfa Tauri. Sorry. Also, the ones on the front for the Alpine around the front wheels as well. The Mercedes out on track also. Just some little highlights. Everyone out seemingly with front aero rakes on at the moment. Interestingly, McLaren seem to have some around the top of the car as well. I just thought I'd do a little watch along and see if people came along. I was a little bit late getting on because I had some teething problems. So I'm going to just see if I can find some live timing, but I don't think it's going to be working, honestly. I honestly don't think it's going to be working, but I'm going to try and get live timing data. Oh, it is working. Fantastic. Brilliant. So I will bring you that, guys, so you can see, hopefully. Just give me a couple of minutes to sort this out. See, this was kind of the problem this morning because I wasn't sure what data they would provide us for this. So, and I accidentally went live with the wrong thumbnail as well. But let us do a... Oh, no, that's not the right one. There we go. I think this should show you. How's that? Can you see that, guys? There's your live timing, I think. I haven't seen anything yet, Pascal, mate. I've been getting sorted. I haven't seen anything on the Red Bull, but we've got a few hours to get into that. So we got live time in. I'm happy now. So we can talk about things, can't we? And just chill out and watch a little bit of the live stream now. Make sure you've hit that like button, guys. It's the best I can do right now. What I would say, guys. How can I do this? Tweet me, right? If you see an image or something that's share-worthy, tweet me at Pit Lanes. That's a good idea, and I'll get it up on stream for people. If you see something that's worthwhile, like if you see someone share something or whatever, you know, that's probably an idea. And I'll get Twitter up so I should see. Just saying now, they've got 60% of new team bosses. Teams have got bosses. 60%. Ooh, 60% of them. You'll have to forgive me, guys, because I decided I was going to do this at what time? 11:30 last night, and then I hardly slept because I was excited because it was F1 testing. Is anyone else excited? Like a bit of an idiot. I am one of those. Now, let me just remove a microphone. I need to try and get my headset to show. I don't know why it isn't. This might change over. Just give me a moment. Can you still hear me, guys? Is that still working now? So they're currently craning the Aston Martin off the circuit. I think it's out of turn 4 that it stopped. Yeah, I think it's just out of turn 4 it stopped. Now, for watch-alongs, I was thinking about doing this live, you know. I was kind of thinking about doing the watch-along background live, because in testing, a lot of this happens where we get sort of quiet moments where it's a red flag because they don't take any safety risk whatsoever. They'll red flag and lift the car out of the way, and they'll take the time doing it as well in testing, like they do in practice sessions, really. But even more so in testing, there's no like rush to it, you know. So I was thinking about doing the watch along stuff sort of live, so that you guys could see. Well, we could sort of figure it out together, what data we want to see, and so on and so forth, and I can work out what I want to show as well. But we're still under red flag. We've got the timer isn't stopping, so I think this session goes until 11:15, and I was basically going to stream this until I was meant to start my normal stream at like 9:30 probably. But I want to see F1 testing as well as everyone else, so I thought I would give it a go. But we're currently red flagged at the moment. So I might take a little bit of time because there's some engineers from Aston Martin down at the car now, and the car's teetering over the flatbed, and they're just very, very delicately dropping the car onto the flatbed. It does look very windy, actually. So they're just really slowly just getting it on the flatbed. I'm not being funny. It looks like it only just fits on this flatbed truck, you know. It's just a normal flatbed thing. Now let me try and just I'm trying to do something here where I'm bringing you more stuff on the screen. But this might just take me a moment to figure it all out. But this is actually, it's pre-season testing for the teams. It's pre-season testing for TSK F1. And what I want to do, this isn't actually working as it should, I don't think. Just let me... Let me just restart that, because I don't think it's displaying correctly anyway. That's not displaying correctly. I'm not entirely sure, but we might look at this. Do, 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 do. So what are we expecting to see? There's still just the strapping down the car now, because obviously it'll just roll straight off. Now, what I want to mess around with here is I want to mess around with the scene just a little bit, but it's not moving. I don't know why. Right then. What are we expecting? Are we expecting any surprises or anything like that, guys? What do you think we're going to see? What do you think we're going to see? I'm going to rename this to Watch Along. Get rid of that. Still red flag. We're just waiting on them to restart. So I'm literally working on bringing you a better scene now with more data on it and whatnot. So you enjoy, but we are red flagging. I'm so glad we're seeing cars on track as well. I'm very glad we're seeing cars on track. And again, feel free to tweet at the sausage curb. Actually, it's at the sausage curb, isn't it? So I think someone. Cheers, Pascal. Cheers, Pascal. That is a great thing. I should be saying, actually, at the sausage curb is what you should be tweeting at. Just give me a moment. If you, oh crap, I can't do it. If you tweet me there, I will endeavour to get images and stuff on screen for you. Tweet me there, please, guys. And I'll try and get images on screen for you. Now, I'm just working on making this scene better for you. Again, mainly because I wasn't sure what data we were going to get in this. So I just thought I would start it and I'd have time, like we do right now in the red flag, to do this. So bookmarks. Right then. Okay, I think I've got some good data now. Yeah, I know you did it on pit lanes. It's fine, mate. I did tell people to tweet pit lanes, and I remembered I'm on TSKF1. So, if you tweet to the sausage curb, what I'm going to do, I'm going to sort out. This is all changing in probably the next 10 minutes. I'm trying to give you a better view of things, shall we say? So we have this changing. So what data do you want to see? What data in this and in that's a good question. In a race and in race and this session, what do you want to see? Now, I'm looking at live timing, I'm looking at a track map. what else might you guys like to see? The car is now being driven back on the flatbed. Just being told the AlphaTauri's got a pushrod suspension set up. Got a pushrod suspension set up. And they're just checking all the data and whatnot. And then, okay, so that's live timing. We've got live timing nicer. And then window capture. There's no way for me to know if this is green light's about to come on. That's definitely not what I want to share. That's what I want to share. They don't know. Aston Martin don't know what was wrong with the car. They're just explaining how there's a rule that they can't cover up the cars, which is interesting. I didn't know that was a thing. I didn't know that was a thing. Right then. I need to work on this stuff right now for you guys. So, to Photoshop. Um, the Aston Martin's not in the pits. George Russell waiting at the end of the pits, ready for the green flag, ready to go. Have you still got audio? YouTube's telling me you haven't got audio, but I think you have, haven't you? Oh, that's not what I need to move that over there. They're basically saying how there's a rule against covering up the car, but Aston Martin are basically doing everything and trying to cover the car up. And they're only allowed to cover it up if there's a major technical problem. They're all looking a bit worried with it returning. Cheers, Ian. Like I say, I am literally working on bringing you more data right now, so that you've got more to look at. Pre-season testing for TSK F1, but this will give me a good sort of basis to work on for the rest of the year, for watch-alongs. So, well, actually, there's another thing I wanted to do here. Hopefully this doesn't move my camera. There we go. And then Right then. Let me... Kevin Magnussen in the pits. That's not what I wanted. So they are back out on track now. They are back out on track. Okay, brilliant. So this is going to work. This is going to look a lot better in a few minutes. No issues with audio here. Fantastic. Kevin Magnussen obviously not going to be in the car right now because he's looking super, super chill. For some reason, these live timings are not updating properly. I don't like the livery of the Alpha Tauri. No, I'm not a fan of it either, mate, to be honest. But I thought it was the Alfa Romeo. I thought it was the Alfa Romeo initially. I actually did. But, oh, right then. So we've currently got in the cars, we've got Verstappen, Russell, Sainz, Tsunoda, Zhou, Albon, Hulkenberg. Oh, is this right? Gasly, Piastri, Drugovich. No, Drugovich isn't. Red Bull with no aero rakes. Yep, out. Maybe an installation lap. He doesn't seem to be hanging around though. The Red Bull does seem to be going. Did Red Bull just bring the RB18 back? Well, I think this tallies. I think this is an important thing to talk about, isn't it? That we that, that they've all said that it's the stuff under the car, isn't it? It's the stuff under the car and the floor that we can't see that's the important stuff, right? That Red Bull looks good to go. I mean, I know it's literally the beginning of pre-season testing, but that Red Bull looks good to go. Is this a signal of intent straight away from Red Bull? I mean, he's set purples all over the place there. I mean, the Red Bull just did a lap, and while I'm sure it wasn't full pelt and as fast as possible, that looked a quick run. You know what I mean? That looked as if it was a bit of a signal of intent there from the Red Bull. Ooh, lots of bouncing from the Alfa Romeo there. I don't know whether it was bumps on the track or what, but right then. Just give We're moving back towards giving you a better view. Just takes time. My brain is not working at 7:30 in the morning. I'm not going to lie in trying to do this. I'm failing a little bit trying to make this new border for you guys. Oh, I know what I'll do. Right. No. No aero rakes. Oh, Aston Martin news. Now, Aston Martin trying to hide their car big time. I do think Aston Martin are going to take a step. I really, really do. The live timing isn't updating on the screen, and I don't know why, but I do have an updated one for you. Just bear with me a moment. It is going to be better. Right. Well, that was a weird noise. Oh, he's coming to the pits. I was going to say, that was a weird noise from the Ferrari. Right then. I'm not doing a great job here. I've got 4 screens and I still can't be watching it live. Right then. If now I shouldn't be long. Now I really shouldn't be long in doing this. I know this doesn't make any sense to you guys, but so Alpine are one of the only cars to have come in under the weight limit this season. That is an interesting detail, that's for sure. That's a very interesting detail, actually. I am going to be with you a bit better in a moment, guys. I realise I'm being quite terrible here, but this is literally going to set the scene for the rest of the season um, for TSKF1. Pretty much. I mean, I'm going to edit stuff, but this is pretty much what we're going to do. So just give me a few moments. This was my plan, to be fair, to go live and do this, because then you can be the judge of it once I've done it. It's giving it full beans. I can hear it, I just can't see it right now because I'm, like I say, I'm just working right now. Right. Nice, that's worked quite well. Yeah, the Red Bull's sending it. It's an interesting. It is an interesting thing that Red Bull's going for it, isn't it? It is an interesting thing, that's for sure. But we've got hours to go. I'll bring you a bit of a new. I'll bring you a bit of a new thing in a minute, and you can let me know what you think. Oh crap! Okay. Piastri driving this morning. Let me. I believe so. Yes, I think Piastri is. I think Piastri is. Right then, and now we will do. And then. Right then, if I can bring you a new background just now, and then I'll work on doing some more to it. So save as. Watch on back. Right then, we have a new background coming in. This is going to look a bit different, and I've literally just made this. So what? Where did I just save that to? I don't even know. Right. Right then, and then if we do that, so now you've got a bit more data, hopefully, that's working. We can see Verstappen, Piastri, Gasly on track, and we've got the live timing. Think I'm going to see about putting chat and stuff down there. Oh, I need to adjust my camera a bit, but do that like that. I know there's a big orange bit there. Unless I go the whole side with that, I don't know. Can I make that bigger without? I think I should do that. Think I'm changing it already. Think I'm changing it already. But this is what the evolution is. Right then. I'm already changing this. Changing this layout. Don't worry. So currently we have Gasly, Piastri, and is it Verstappen out on track? Verstappen 1.1 seconds faster than anyone. But as we know, times don't mean anything. We only have, well, Piastri is out on track now on his outlap. I think this is the first time he's been out on track. Right, I have just changed, I'm changing this screen quite significantly again, but I think what I'm changing it to is a better layout. So just give me another few minutes as I rejig everything that I've just done and sort of wasted my own time. But it should be better in the long term. Right then. Oh, crap. Oh no, we're all right. Right then. Piastri just doing an outlap kind of situation there. They're just talking about Piastri and the pressure that must be on him. I think I still think he's a generational talent, and it's interesting actually that we saw a video, an article this morning come out describing him as exactly that, a generational talent. which I just found interesting because I didn't realize anyone else was particularly saying it, but they clearly were. Again, I'm just working on this background. I want to make it as good as I can for you guys. So that's what we're going to do right now. And then I feel really bad doing this live, but I think it's the best way to do it because you guys can immediately just say to me, like, no, you know what I mean? It doesn't work, or it does work. So do you think that Piastri's made the right choice going to McLaren, or do you think he should have stayed at Alpine? What do you think to that, guys? Do you think he should have stayed at Alpine? So it is a challenging one because Alpine have set out their stall this season. So Ferrari do have their slot gap separators there. Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? It certainly is an interesting one on the Piastri thing. Again, the next I'm going to be in with the next border in a second, and I think it's far better. I actually do think it's far better. Now I've sort of demoed one, I'm going to do another just now, and you guys can be the judge. Just give me literally 2 minutes now. Right then, let me bring you this now. That's better, isn't it? That's better, I think. I feel like that's better for you guys. You can see the live timing, you can see the track map above me, and I think that's pretty much what you need, isn't it? I think that's pretty much all you need. You've got more timing and everything like that. What else might you need for the races? I don't think you need particularly anything else, do you? Some TSKF1 pre-season testing going on here. Right, now I might move Photoshop over onto this screen so that I can work while keeping the driving on screen. Um, big, big lock up for Max there. There we go. Prototype tyre, yeah, prototype tyre. Sorry, I'm sorting out the background. We're doing some pre-season testing as well, Dan. I'm getting the background all sorted for the stream. But there we are. We're good to go. I think this looks all right. Anything that you guys would like to see on the screen other than this? I think this is all right, isn't it? You've got the air temp, you've got the weather, you've got the session, you've got the flags, you've got the tyres, the times, the positions. I think you've got everything going on, haven't you? I feel like. So Max goes back into the pits and the crew go to take off the tyres. Seeing a close-up of the front end of the Mercedes with its slot gap end plate, which is legal. It's pretty much as big as it can be, Dan, to be honest. It's pretty much as big as it can be because the rest of what you can't see is like browser. It was a lot smaller. It was about half that size. I could have a look. I mean, it is quick. I can fix it, but let me try. Just give me a minute. Let me. It won't get that much. It won't get too much bigger. Let me try and speed. Let's try and make this a bit bigger for you. Right then. No. I need to cater for as many screens and everything as possible. Um, very hazy. It shouldn't be hazy. Still seeing Piastri with the aero rakes at the front of the McLaren, and they're changing the front wing on the McLaren. I think that was to take off the aero rakes, though. I think they got the data they needed off him doing his couple of install laps, and they're changing the front wing. Right then. Oh crap. Oh, Will Buxton's already starting with his Checo's going to get replaced by Daniel Ricciardo stuff. He loves it. He loves it, the boy. Not really yet, Dan. Not really yet. But then again, I've been doing this since I went live because I'm a professional streamer. But the way I see this is I'm getting ready for the entire season of watch-alongs. So that's how I'm taking what I'm doing now. It's maybe not the best first impression for people coming through, but um, now that's sort of where I want to be. I think that's where I kind of want to be. I think. Right, save that. And then, so that should have just got a bit bigger. I wasn't watching. Oops. And the timing should be a bit bigger now for you. Yeah, that's about it on the timing. There we go. Right then. Ferrari is bouncing a lot. It's hard to tell though, because towards the end of the straight at Bahrain, it's very bumpy. You can see that in the sort of you can see that in the sort of undulations of the tarmac. So let's keep an eye because he is going along at a fair clip now. Is this Sainz? Yeah, it is. It's Sainz. There is some bouncing there. Let's have a look down the start finish straight here. I mean, I don't want to brag, but I could bring up the onboard my end and see. There's heat haze. It's difficult to tell because you can see that the end of the straight at Bahrain is very, very bumpy. I didn't see anything that looked porpoisey though there. I don't know if anyone else did, but I didn't see porpoisey there. But we've just seen the Ferrari of Sainz there um, do a lap. Now, how are we finding? How are we finding the background? Do you like this background? Does it look all right? Is this got all the data that you'd want on a watch along? So the Alpha Tauri as well, with its very sort of down and in-washed side pods, is it's Yuki Tsunoda with the aero rakes, so he's probably not going flat out. These are sort of mid-board aero rakes. They're checking how the air is going from the front wing and through and over the front tires and everything like that, so they can figure out what's going on further down of the car. And data here will inform what happens in about 4 or 5 races, probably. So, cheers, Dan. I just thought last night, I was like, you know what? I can use pre-season testing as well to get ready for my season of watch-alongs. You know? And what other data do you need, really? You need the live timing, you need the track map, don't you? We also have, so out on track at the minute, we've got Hulkenberg, Tsunoda, Zhou, Sainz, and Russell in the Mercedes. Pierre Gasly just being shown on screen in his Alpine colours. I'm hearing things directly out of Alpine, actually, that they have been working very, very, very hard. Not much I can do about that, Pascal. It's there. There's not much I can do about that. It's as big as it can be. Sorry, mate. Yeah. The live timing without like, well, how does it look on? Let me have a look. Let's have a look. I'll look at it on my mobile. That's readable on mobile. What are you watching it on? A thimble? How's that not readable? You need glasses, mate. That's definitely readable on mobile. So, is there anything else you'd add to the screen? Is there anything you'd want to add to the screen? I mean, I can make the track. I don't want it. The what I'm trying to avoid, like these borders here. All I'm trying to avoid with the live timing over there is like a hard edge against the edge of the screen. I really don't want that. I mean, I can still work on making it better. I can carry on working on it. I just, actually the live timing's about as big as it can be. It's nearly the entire screen. What am I showing? Okay, let me see if we can do that a bit. And then track map. Let's go like that a bit. And then with me, let's go like that a bit. That should be alright, right? Done it again. I've moved things about now. God damn it. Well, you're going to have to watch it like this for a few minutes while I fix it. Shit. Right, I'm making another background again. So they did go for Drugovich then. I presume that's what Drew is. Yeah, they went for Drugovich. Someone said, oh, is the Aston Martin stopping again? No. So we already had the Aston Martin stop on track. So it's good to see it back out after, what was it, maybe an hour? It's about an hour since it ground to a halt, isn't it? So it's good to see it out on track again, seemingly okay. So that's good to see, because well, we don't want cars not running, do we? We want as many cars doing as much running as possible, and he seems to be doing some aero rake. They're probably like an hour behind now. They seem to be doing some aero rake data collection there. I think now. I think there's something pretty cool going on with that Aston. I actually do. So what you'll hear if you are watching it is Drugovich is getting to a certain rev range and he's sticking there, and that's because they're wanting a set of data from those aero rakes that are hanging off the back of the car. It's not necessarily about going as fast as possible. It's about getting data that works, right? And they'll have optimal windows where they work. Piastri coming into the very difficult downhill left-hander and locking up and running wide a bit, opting not to go back over the curb to try and save the floor there. Hopefully he didn't damage the floor going off over the curb there. He straightened his wheel nice and early though. I think he'll be fine there, actually. I'm trying to make it as big as I can make it, guys. So do bear with me. I'm literally iterating it as we speak right now, while still maintaining a level of that looks all right, you know. Right. So there's that. I realise the screens are slightly off at the minute, but I've got my workflow for redoing this quite down now, so just give me a minute. Crap. Are they only one driver in each session? Yes. So each driver is allowed to do 1.5 days, basically. So they're all running one driver per session. All I've heard so far is that Max Verstappen is doing all of today and tomorrow morning, and then Checo gets in for the final day and a half. I'm not entirely sure how the other teams are stacking up. There's something in my head saying Drugovich is doing this morning and Alonso is doing this afternoon for Aston Martin, but I don't know whether I've just made that up in my head or not. I don't think I have, but that's where we're at the minute. Right, save, export. There you go. Right, that is literally as big as it would be on a normal screen. So, unless you went full screen. There you go. So the Williams is out with half of its car covered in Flovis, and now we are seeing the Alfa Romeo, which is being driven by, who is it being driven by right now? Zhou. Literally half of the Williams is orange with Flovis paint. Now, if there's any images that you guys would like me to show on screen, then please do tweet at the Sausage Curb, and I will show them on screen quickly. But that, yeah, I literally couldn't make the live timing any bigger. I mean, I suppose you could because there's only like half of them at the minute, but that's one thing I wanted to look at, Pascal. I'm just finding. So last year, just for reference, I'm having a look. There's a bit of bodywork out on track, but just for reference, Charles Leclerc's qualifying time was a 1:30.5, but his Q1 time was a 1:31.4. So we're currently about 2 seconds off qualifying time right now. Last year's qualifying time. So there's a little bit of an information for you. We're on board with Alex Albon on the TV right now. That looked loose going into the corner. He looks like he is giving it some beans, is Albon, on this lap.
having set the fastest lap on the previous lap, or on this lap, on the previous one. I think I'm a little bit behind on my coverage. Slightly faster than Sainz, but again, times don't matter. As I've just explained, that is about 2 seconds slower than Q1 last season. So it's not ultimate pace. There's still a lot of dialing in to do, and I was just about to say, doesn't the flow vis cause any issues going into the vents? But then I suppose they drive them in the wet, don't they? Albon really being aggressive on the front end in the being really aggressive on the front end with the Williams, which would make me think he's struggling to get tyre temp into the front. He's going into the corner and really torquing the front, the steering wheel to scrub the fronts, which maybe he's not getting all the temp he wants into the front tyres. Seeing the house of Hulkenberg locking up into turn one. We've seen quite a few locking up into turn one, actually. But they'll be testing all kinds of things right now. They'll be testing different tyres, they'll be testing different fuel weights, they'll be testing different aero setups. It's like God only knows what the different teams are working on, at different points. But it is interesting to note that the Alpine is meant to be basically the lightest car on the grid. So that's food for thought, isn't it? How are you guys? Are you guys watching the coverage? And if so, what are you watching the coverage on? As we see Piastri out on track again. We've currently got Hulkenberg, Piastri, and Gasly out on track. Hulkenberg locked up at both sides, actually. It wasn't just the front right. How many laps has Hulkenberg done? 19. He's only done two. Yeah, I was just thinking, I was looking at those tyres thinking they look like they've been worn. You know what I mean? The surface of the tyre looked used. Does anyone know if they've got tyre limits for the test? I've got to admit, I didn't look that up. Gasly currently not moving on the track map. I think that's an error though because it's right over the change of sector. So I think it's an error there. That I don't think he's stopped. Stopped at yeah. I don't think he has actually stopped, but it's showing that he has. As we see Piastri go through. Oh no, that's not Piastri through that area. I'm not seeing anything. He ain't come. I'm not seeing anything on the screen. But he's not showing like he's gone through Sector 2 yet. Has something gone wrong there? I don't know. Not sure what's going on there. Well, that's where he was meant to have stopped, so I guess he hasn't. Because he's... Oh, Gasly's time has just... I don't know what's going on. As you see, Verstappen's out on track as well. So we have a bit of bodywork that's fallen off Hulkenberg's car. Somewhere. Yeah. A bit of bodywork from the in. It looks like a. It actually looks like the end plate of the front wing, but I don't think it is. It's gone over the inner edge of a curb through sector 2, and it's just ripped off. Looks like a brake duct underneath the front right wheel. Something on the floor has just been snapped clean off. Please do make sure you join in our free Fantasy F1 League, guys. Get involved. It's absolutely free. Just tap on the link. The app is available on iOS and Android. Totally free if you want to take part in our F1 Fantasy League. We've got over 40 participants now. Really busy, as we're seeing Verstappen out now, and he's on fresh medium tyres. Most laps have been completed by Gasly so far. Drugovich with only 3 laps, though. That's not good for Aston Martin. That's not good at all. Seeing Verstappen with a purple middle sector. Is he going for a bit of pace here? That's the question. Is there going to be some pace from Verstappen early on day 1 of the test? I mean, he's using all the track on the onboard. I'm not seeing any porpoising or anything like that, but then again, this Red Bull was very, very stable, wasn't it? Through last season, I'm not sure they ever had a porpoising problem. As we see him go over the line, and just less than a tenth faster than Albon there on the medium tyres when Albon was on the softs. But actually, I was wondering what that was for, and we're seeing Flovis on the bottom of the right-hand side on the side pods through to the rear of the car for Verstappen there, getting some high-speed data on the Flovis, how that air is interacting with the underside of the side pod, where it's all cut out, you know. And they're just trying to gain data on what the air is doing at the side of the car, under the side pod, over the top of the floor. Yeah. The engineering of Formula One, I love it. It's amazing. It really, really is. We've got Russell out on track again, and Sainz also. Verstappen going much slower now. Sainz, I think, is just on his outlap, I think, potentially, as is, I think, Russell is starting, I think, like a timed lap. I'm not seeing any Flovis on the car, but I think he's on the hard tyres. Old hard tyres now for Russell. He's got his DRS wide open down towards turn 4 as Verstappen enters the pit there. But we're seeing the Mercedes second off in the first sector. I'm keeping a keen eye on this because people obviously are going on about the porpoising of the Mercedes, and if indeed it is porpoising, as Russell catches up to Carlos Sainz quite a lot on the on track. It's interesting. I would like to know what the sensor is on top of the wheel that Mercedes have got. They've got 2 sensors, which is it's not something I've seen, and there will be some analysis of that. There probably already has been, but I've not seen it. I'm not going to lie. But there's clearly sort of like a data cable going onto the top of the steering wheel, and it breaks off so that there's a sensor on the top of either side of the wheel. They could be as simple as accelerometers, so they're getting pure data from the wheel, but I would imagine they're getting that data from somewhere else. It's I don't really know what they would be measuring with it. Because again, the accelerometers and the turning forces being used, I would have thought they'd already have from elsewhere. Has anyone seen any other data on that? Do let me know in the chat, or anyone saying anything about that. Science set a purple first sector there, but seems to have backed out somewhat from that. How you doing, Juan? Hope you're well. I'm good, cheers, Juan. How are you? Have you been watching the testing so far? Any surprises so far? I don't think we've seen anything crazy yet, have we? So now we're in a period where Max Verstappen basically he is just cruising around very, very slowly. This is what I've said about testing. Now we've got Max Verstappen in this data collection phase where it's not about speed, it's just about airflow and how the air is reacting to the bodywork. And he is literally just cruising around really, really slowly. As Sainz has gone top of the timing boards now, we'll be into 32 soon. F1 TV are just analysing the Mercedes a little bit as well, saying that the sort of shoulder bodywork that we've got on the Mercedes this season is all about reducing drag on the Mercedes. And all of last season, you'll remember that Toto Wolff was saying how the car was super draggy. Drugovic, there's just been issues with the Aston Martin. This morning, first thing, it broke down, caused a red flag. Very, very soon into the session, probably 15 minutes into the session, he got to around turn 4 and the car broke down. And then he came out with the aero rakes on, and I think he completed 2 or 3 laps, and I don't think we've seen him since. So I would expect and honestly hope we see more of Drugovic very shortly for a much longer run. Honestly, with Piastri as well, but I don't think they've particularly had any issues. Sonoda's had the air rakes on for ages, so. But I never like to see teams do like a small amount of laps. Piastri, no issues with Piastri as far as I've seen. They're just sticking to their program, I think. Um, There's a lot of bouncing on the replays from the Ferrari, and not in a porpoising way, but it is bouncing about quite a bit to me. Might make a cup of tea in a minute. Been up since like 6 o'clock getting ready to do this. And actually, I didn't think I was going to be able to watch it, but we are watching it. Cheers, Juan. On board with Joe now, who is actually going quickly now. I can't tell whether that was some minimal porpoising or just bouncing on the track. It's really difficult to say, you know. It's really difficult to say. And it's difficult to say as well because they are going 2 seconds slower than last year's quali. In fact, they're going much slower than, well, it is about 2 seconds slower than last year's qualifying. So would that stop, you know, the porpoising arriving if indeed they had a porpoising issue? Obviously, that's the thing we're looking for this year because it's a known phenomenon, right? We know that we're getting that in the in F1 these days, so we're all kind of looking for it a bit, you know. But we're keeping an eye out for it. Seeing the Haas out now on track, Hulkenberg. I'm not seeing any flow vis on his car. Verstappen is still out. He's come out again on some used mediums. I think these are the mediums he was out on before. I wonder if they've cleaned off that flow vis that he had on earlier or applied more. But we're seeing Hulkenberg now as well on an out lap. Might he be going for a bit of a lap? Not sure. Seems to be a lot of bouncing going on with the Haas. The Haas is looking like... It looks a good car, but nothing about it looks aggressive, right? We've seen some really aggressively downwashed side pods, and we've seen all kinds of stuff going on with the side pods. Whereas the Haas looks extremely conventional to me. Now, I mean, what do I know? It could be really good as Hulkenberg locks up again into turn one, but it does look like some new mediums, that they are indeed new mediums. And he seems to be putting on some... He seems to have some pace here. But we'll just see. Hulkenberg not doing anything in particular on the first sector. We've got Sainz following Verstappen further around the track, coming down towards the final corner. Sainz going through the second sector. Not sure what we're going to see here. Oh, big moment for Sainz. Big moment of oversteer there. As I mentioned earlier, though, when they were picking up Drugovic's car, it did look like it was very windy there, and I think that is a thing, isn't it? At Bahrain, around turn 4, I think it's quite high compared to the rest of the circuit, and I think it gets windy up at turn 4 and through that complex I think it gets quite windy, and you get like a lateral wind to the side of the car, which makes them unstable. And we actually saw last season that the Ferrari was the Ferrari could the Ferrari had trouble with that. Buxton down at Alpine. So apparently, again, just to mention, the Alpine is apparently the lightest car on the grid, and a lot of the grid are talking about the Alpine this season, and we've heard directly from Alpine at TSKF1 that they're super excited about this year, and it's been extremely busy on the lead up to this season, and they've got high hopes for the car this season. So it's interesting whether they are going to have the pace. Obviously, we're not looking at pace right now, but a light car these days means a lot because, well, it always does in Formula One, but especially with these new regulations. And as you can see with the Mercedes, there's a reason they've got basically no paint on their car, right? That is still a heavy Formula One car. I'm almost sure of it. I don't. I don't know if there's any data out there showing the weight of the cars. I doubt it. But you would have to say those cars that have got no paint on them, they're more worried about the weight limits. I do like that F1 have introduced the rule that they're not allowed to cover up the cars anymore in testing. And that's really good, because it's about the fans. I get why the F1 teams would want to cover up their cars, but I like that there's a rule that they're not allowed, right? Because we get to see far more. So they've changed the Alpine to a pushrod suspension at the rear as well. The side pods were dished like the Ferrari ones last season, but there are sort of different flicks and bumps and lumps all over it. That Williams also looks like a very, very tightly packaged car. Just speaking now to Jody Egginton, the technical director from AlphaTauri, saying that Sonoda's now done the aero collection data, the aero data collection, and now he's going out to set some baseline times. There's nothing crazy going on. It's a bit of a shame that we haven't seen like a DAS system. That'd have been crazy just to see one of the teams turn up with something. What I do like about modern Formula One though is the variety. They're so different, and even though the Red Bull did what it did last season and was as dominant as it was, I am a bit surprised we haven't seen a convergence of design. I thought that the we might see the other teams go to the Red Bull sort of design idea with how they've done their side pods and such, but both Ferrari and Mercedes have stuck to the guns, and I suppose that is the other story. We've made a video about it on the channel. Do we believe that Mercedes have a plan B? Do we think they've got more of a conventional side pod set up ready to go for somewhere in the middle of the season? Do we think that's a possibility? I'm not about that suggestion, honestly. I don't think it's a thing, but it could be. We've seen it from other teams before, haven't we? Where they've changed the thoughts behind their cars. Mid-season, we saw it with Aston Martin. We've seen it with Haas. There's probably other examples I can't think of. I want to see Drugovich on track more. I feel like there's something wrong with that car. As we see Sainz and Verstappen out on track again, this is really good news for Ferrari and Red Bull fans because they are pumping out the laps. The two drivers there and the two teams, they are absolutely pumping out the laps. And those of you that are Mercedes fans, they're down on 21 laps. That's actually the main metric I look at in testing. I know people enjoy looking at lap times and stuff. I wouldn't personally look at lap times until we're heading into like the second session on Saturday afternoon. That's where I'd be thinking about that and what they're doing with times there, because you might see them start to sort of go for it a little bit. But by this time, they're at 30 laps apiece, basically, and we've got 2.5 hours left of the session. It's gonna be a fair old chunk of laps that could get done today, potentially. Verstappen doing the whole day for Red Bull as well. So if he can, it's got a potential for a 100-lap day at least, which is nothing to an F1 driver. You know, they'll pump it out. We're not seeing, the only active reliability issue we've seen so far is Drugovich in the Aston Martin. And a good thing to take from testing so far is that all the teams are there, right? Because it's not very long ago at all that Williams didn't make it to the first test in Catalonia. I can't remember when that was, but it's not very long ago, really. I'd say it's within the last 5 years or so, isn't it, that they didn't make it to Catalonia. As on screen now, we're on board with Sonoda. I am tempted to, when Russell is next on track, I am tempted to go on board with him myself so that I can see if there's any porpoising. We're seeing that George is out of the car, though. They are fiddling away with the Mercedes down in the cockpit. Can't remember, Stephen. I can't remember, mate. I think you might be right, buddy. But the Williams one, was it Haas? Was it potentially Haas? Does anyone remember? I can't remember, mate. I just really remember Williams because lots of people were gutted because in and around that time it seemed like they were in a lot of trouble, and it was before Dorilton Capital took them over, right? And Dorilton, you know what I mean. And when they didn't turn up to testing, everyone was really worried about them, weren't they? That they were going under, and I think that was one of the issues. As I'm very glad to see Drugovich out on track now in the Aston Martin. I just want to see them putting plenty of miles in. I just want to see them putting plenty of miles in, all the teams. That's what I want to see. It's good to see. He's up to 6 laps now. They missed this first test and was there the second. They got extra time in the second one. Yeah, the Haas one was a logistics thing, though. I'm remembering now, it was a logistics thing, and the logistics were laid on by Formula One DHL, weren't they? They were laid on by DHL/Formula One, and that's why they got the extra time. Whereas Williams, they literally weren't ready. That's right, isn't it? I'm remembering now. I'm just trying to get my multi-viewer up so that I can go on board with George Russell when he's next out of pit even. We'll update and restart that. Is the stream nice and stable, guys? I hope so. Cheers, thank you very, very much. Right then, I'm just trying to get the onboards here. Right. I might not have the onboards today. I don't know. I don't think I do. Yeah, this is a thing that I've explained a lot of the time. Pascal, right? Is that people they don't seem to place any weight on they don't seem to understand or put enough weight on the fact that an F1 car is front to back, right? We all look at the side pods, right? It's not that the side pods are irrelevant, but the nose, like, it's very clear to me the nose of that Alpine is very high. The front wing is not this pronounced, but it's like that. The center of the nose on the Alpine is very, very high. And that's, I guess, to encourage airflow under the floor and things like that. But it's really important to remember that the rear wing, for example, we can look at rear wings as much as we want, but it itself is only as effective as all of the aerodynamics that are in front of it on the car. So we're talking end plates, front wing, nose, halo, top of the side pods, side of the side pods, top of the floor, under the floor, engine cover, everything, and that all plays into what the rear wing is doing. So it's super important that they get the front end right. And with what you're saying, Pascal, I'm sort of in agreement. I think we've seen a lot of sort of realizations, shall we say, that maybe they needed to learn more about the front, right? Cheers, sausage curb. I hope it does look good now, doesn't it? It does look good now. Yay! I'm saying it looks good to myself. I'm feeling it's John. I was hoping that I would be able to go on board, but I don't think they've got on boards available today, which is fine. Yeah, it's just opening up. It's just opening up. Yeah, never mind. Cheers, John. I spent the first hour of the stream adjusting it and going through about probably 6 iterations of how I wanted it to look. But I'm liking it at the minute. I'm liking how it looks at the minute, honestly. I think that's all the data anyone could want on stream right now, honestly. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, Pascal? It's very different, but again, it really matters. Nick De Vries doing some exercises at the side of the track, just running back and forth and doing some stretches. I think he's in the car this afternoon. And again, the front wing and the nose and stuff like that, they've done that because of how the rest of the aero works, whether it's right or wrong. But as we are hearing more and more, teams are looking at that Alpine, right? Yeah, pretty much, Pascal. You can obviously say the Alpine is miles ahead. You can look at it and go, well, that works. Same with the Red Bull or the Mercedes. Now, I don't think we're seeing anything representative of anyone yet, honestly, time-wise. It was interesting earlier on, we saw Verstappen set a medium tyre time and Albon set a soft tyre time, and they did nearly the same amount of time, which would put them about a second apart, wouldn't it? As we see Albon out on track once more, and Gasly also in the Alpine. Drugovich still not. He's gone back in now. He's not out on track still. Some flow vid under the front of the Williams. It's like on the underside of the nose. I think looking at this Williams, I've been watching Albon driving it. I think they're struggling to switch on the tyres. What's he on? Mediums, old mediums. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Pascal. Albon though, he's looking to have understeer, and he's got a bit of oversteer on exit. And I'm feeling like that Williams right now is struggling to switch the tyres on, because we did see him really torquing the steering wheel, Albon. The temperature, I'll wait for it to come back on. The wind is actually meant to be quite weak. Track temperature is 40 degrees, but the air temperature is 28. There you go. It's at the bottom of the timing over there somewhere. It goes between humidity and all sorts of stuff. It's over there. But that's what it looks like to me. The Williams is struggling to switch the tyres on, which is always a problem. But hopefully it's something they can remedy through testing, right? Hopefully it's something they can remedy through testing. Please do remember to subscribe to the channel, guys, and also like the stream. Yeah, I do appreciate that on a phone. We've had a few peeps saying it's really small, but I mean that live timing is as big as it would be even without the border that I'm showing currently. Let me have a look. Let me have a look. I think it matters to change the quality on mobile as well, doesn't it? That is more readable than it was earlier, actually, at that size. So I'm pretty happy with that. I'm pretty happy with how that looks, to be honest. I think it's first thing this morning, John. I had it a lot smaller than that, so I think it is better than it was. So we're on board with Gasly now, looking super stable out of the hairpin at the bottom of the hill, going towards turn 10. We got out of the unfortunately we got out of the onboard. Gasly is on new mediums, 5 laps old. I'm really wanting to be on board with the cars so we can see what's going on with them. As we see the Alpine, though, from the little I was watching there, it looks very planted, but of course he might not be going very quickly. So it's easy to make it look planted when you're not pushing, right? He might not be in the window of performance where it gives him some problems. But it's encouraging from Alpine as they're about to break the 30-lap barrier. Albon and Zhou out on track as well. Good morning, Cameron. How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm not seeing any porpoising from Gasly as he's going down the straight. I think the bumpiness that is being broadcasted, honestly, is track bumpiness. I don't think it's porpoising. It's looking very undramatic at the wheel. And back on board with Gasly now, through to turn 4, turning in. No hint of understeer, no dramatics at the. He did run a little bit wide, but it looked planned actually the way he did it. That Alpine right now is looking pretty sorted. I'm gonna say it. You can only look at what the wheel is doing and what how the driver's reacting, right? You can probably get more from that than you can lap times and stuff right now. Of course, when Verstappen was out in his Red Bull, that was looking phenomenal. I mean, I think everyone expected that. I haven't really watched on board with Russell, but he is on an outlap right now, so hopefully we are about to get some on board with Russell, so we can see how that's performing. We're also seeing Zhou out as well. Yeah, the Alpine definitely. It looks nice. Does the Alpine? I may have to change some of the fantasy league stuff. There's a link in the chat, guys. The pinned chat. If you want to join the Fantasy F1 League, please do get involved. All you've got to do is download the app. It's absolutely free. It's available on iOS and Android. Sign up to it and get involved. We've got over 40, full zero, people involved in the league so far, so it'd be great to increase that. Snap of oversteer for Zhou on the exit of the final corner, but it looked fairly normal oversteer as he applied the power. Slowing down now into turn 1, unfortunately, so I think he might be on an in. But I'll keep commentating on his onboard. Turns into turn 1. Yeah, he's not going fast. Unfortunately, he's backed out of it. Hulkenberg in the pits, Verstappen in the pits, Sainz out of the pits, Tsunoda out as well. I'd like to go on board with Russell, who is also out on track and should be starting a lap or be on the lap now. I just really want to see how these cars are performing on board now. We see Zhou is crawling, Sainz is crawling, and I think no, it wasn't Hulkenberg. I'm not sure who it was. I'm currently being annoyed by Will Buxton on my screen. Don't care what he's got to say. Lol. I'm so harsh about him. I probably shouldn't be so harsh publicly about him, but I am. Alpha Tauri, there you go. Cheers. The Bahrain circuit's looking very bumpy, isn't it? It's looking very, very bumpy. So who do we have out on track? Sainz, Tsunoda, Zhou, Piastri, Drugovic, Russell and Albon. It's good to see Piastri and Drugovic out on track, the two that have done the least amount of laps. How you doing, Gled? Hope you're well. Good morning, dude. How you finding the testing so far? I don't know how long I'm going to stay live doing this. I suppose I could do the entire morning session. It just depends if people hang around and want me to carry on doing the watch along. Obviously, I've got the pit lane stream, but I think it's 11:15. This finishes right. Um, just on board with Sainz now as he turns onto the start finish straight and it cuts away from him. We want to see on boards, damn it. We want to see on boards. We want to see on boards. Please do remember to like the stream, get involved in the chat, guys. Get involved with the chat. I want to see on boards. I want to see on board with Sainz right now because he's on a fast lap. He looks to be going aggressive here. And I just really am interested in how they are at the wheel, you know? Looking at the balance. Oh, through honestly, what corner is that? It's like turn I'm going to say turn 6 or 7. Those S's before they go down towards the hairpin. And that Ferrari is very loose. It looks very oversteery through there. We saw him have a moment through there maybe an hour ago and run wide. I think the Ferrari is going to be fast. It looks a very stable platform, but it does look a touch oversteery. But if memory serves, Sainz struggled last season with some. Yeah, it's oversteering again through the pretty much the penultimate corner there. There was another snap as he went over the sort of crest. But that might be able to get dialed out. This is where they're all setting the baselines. They're setting the baselines here. I think it's looking bumpy because of the track. I don't. Oh, yeah. You're right. I was just seeing he's backed out of it there. He's backed out of it almost as soon as I thought to see there was some porpoising in that Ferrari. He backed out of it. He did start to look like he was getting that sort of rhythmical bounce that we see from porpoising did Sainz down the straight. Now, you know, as long as it's not particularly violent, I'm not sure it really bothers the drivers. And probably there's probably an aerodynamic advantage of being right on the edge of that porpoising, right? So they'll probably be dialing that and whatnot, dialing that in and out. Russell is back in the pits now. I think we might see a bit of a longer run from Drugovic now. Piastri is out on the prototype tyre. Everyone using mediums apart from Sonoda right now. Piastri is up to 19 laps now, and Sainz now with the most laps completed. Might grab myself a cup of tea and leave you with a live timing for just a few minutes. I might stay around till 10 and we'll see if people are still watching and getting involved in the chat. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll be back in just a minute. I was going to make myself a flask of tea, but I forgot. Back in a minute. Just seeing an onboard of Russell, there is porpoising. Not as bad as last year, though. Not as bad as last year. There's porpoising there for Russell. In my opinion, there was some porpoising there. I don't think it was as bad as last season. It was more of the rhythmic, that kind of situation than a thing, violent. Let's go on board again with Russell. There's it doesn't seem like, so for Mercedes. Oh, a little bit of oversteer through the final corner there. Now let's look as he's going down the start-finish straight. Honestly, what was the pace of Russell there? It was a bit off the pace, but it's look, if it tiny amount. They're not on pace. There is a lot of time to come from these teams, but there was no porpoising like last year, Mercedes fans. I will throw that out there for you. Blooming heck, how many commentators do these have? There's about 40 commentators that have been on in the last 2 hours. What was that blue? What this is? I asked this earlier, Pascal. Now, I saw some people suggesting it's an accelerometer to measure the wheel angle, but I can't help but feel they must already have that data from elsewhere. And to me, it looks like a sensor's pointing back towards the driver on the top of the wheel, and there's one on either side of the wheel. If you look, the blue wire goes into the back of the wheel, but then on either side of the wheel there's a little silver box, tiny little silver box, and I think that's the back of a sensor pointing back at the driver. But I don't know what that sensor is for. Initially, I wondered if it was something to be measuring the frequency of like the driver moving his head or something, but I don't know. We're seeing Verstappen out again with absolutely tons of flow-vis on the rear left of the side pod, and he's absolutely flying by the looks of it, and also the front right edge. So they're working on front right and rear left on this run at Red Bull, and he looks to be moving at a fair rate of knots. Does Verstappen right now, 2/10 off the ultimate pace at the moment there with that time. Just showing a Jonathan Wheatley, the sporting director of Red Bull, on his own, sat on the pit wall for Red Bull, just completely on his own, there with all his mates. So it's a busy time on track. We're seeing Albon, Hulkenberg, Russell, I nearly said Rosberg, Piastri, Sainz and Verstappen out on track right now. Good to see Piastri back out on track again, as we're seeing Sainz near the 40-lap mark. The nose of the Red Bull is very different than last year. Is it? I haven't actually done a comparison. But it just adds weight to everything I was saying, Pascal, that, it's logical. The first thing to touch the air is everything to do with the front wing, right? And then what the air is doing off the front wing informs the shape of the side pods and all that. So apparently everyone's talking about Alpine. They're just saying it now. Anthony Davidson is saying everyone in the paddock is talking about Alpine. And honestly, that, I'm not being funny, that tallies with what we've heard. That's what we've heard directly from Alpine employees. We've heard that Alpine are super excited about this year. They've worked really, really hard in the off-season, and they have a really good feeling about it. McLaren did say they weren't fully happy with where they were at. But Piastri just hasn't done well. He's catching up on the laps now. That's good to hear. Need some more race wins from Mercedes this year. Daniel says, I mean, the verdict's out still with Mercedes. What? Let me know in chat. What team or driver do you like, and what are you thinking so far of testing? What do you think your team's chances are? I mean, we can't. There's nothing that I'm looking at here. I have. Piastri is on the prototype tyre, though. He's doing a run on the prototype tyre. I think they've all got to do a certain amount of laps on the prototype tyre, right? And you were right as well, Pascal, because a beautiful close-up of the Flovis on the front right-hand corner of the Red Bull, showing how the airflow works around the inside, well, the nose, the suspension, and up over the top of the floor. Love that stuff. As we see the Alpha Tower, I keep thinking the Alpha Tower is the Alfa Romeo every time. It's going to take some because it's got the Orlan stuff on it, right? I keep thinking it's the Alfa Romeo. I think I'm not going to get used to that for a little while. Does anyone else keep doing that? It was a really cool shot, wasn't it, Pascal? It looked great. But yeah, for me, I mean, look, I've got a soft spot for Alpine because, you know, just do, and Aston Martin because Alonso's there. I'm a self-confessed Alonso fan. So I'm a little bit gutted to see that they're struggling with the running this morning so far. And it does seem to be reliability stuff as to why they're struggling with the running so far this morning. Yeah, it looks like the Alpha from last year from a distance. It does, doesn't it? It does. It actually does. As we see a shot of Lewis Hamilton in the Mercedes garage in his casuals. And we're seeing Drugovich out on track, going slow. Hopefully he's not grinding to a halt. No, he's going for it now. I think he's going for a quick run now. We've got Drugovich, Verstappen, Sainz, Tsunoda, Albon, and Russell out on track right now. And on TV, we're seeing Drugovich into turn one. No dramatics. All looking kind of neat and tidy there from Drugovich. He's on used mediums now. Don't know how used, but they are used. Piastri came through the pits and back out again, but he's still on the maybe they did a pit stop practice, but he's still on the prototype tyre, is Piastri. Tsunoda's on brand new prototype tyres 2 laps into that stint. Sainz is actually 9 laps into his stint on the new mediums. And Tsunoda goes into the pits. It was an electric problem. This isn't going to be a quick time from Drugovich, but mileage is what it's about. Mileage is what it's about now. Just saying now, the Aston Martin looks more like a Red Bull, but of course, Aston Martin now have Dan Fallows, one of the main guys from Red Bull. No porpoising from the Aston. No, I didn't see any. That's what I was actually quiet there. I was looking at the attitude of the car on the track and all that stuff. I think I'm going to stick with this. My intent, I'm not going to lie, my intent was to stream this up until about 9:30 and then go to pit lanes and do my normal sim racing stream. But you know what? I might stick here and do just stream through the morning here for the watch along. So please do stick with me. Some oversteer on entry into turn 10 there for Russell. Nothing he couldn't handle, but lacking a little bit of low speed balance potentially at the rear. A little bit of porpoising at the end of the back straight there. That Mercedes doesn't look as happy as the Alpine, especially considering entry oversteer there, touch of oversteer on exit as well. Now, he could still be doing baselines, could Russell? It's possible. He's still doing baseline runs. He's 9 laps in to a used medium tyre run, so those tyres may be past their sell-by date. Let's be fair about it. He is massively off the pace with that one, 6 seconds off the pace, and they could be doing he could be doing baseline tyre runs and car runs. It did look a handful at the rear, did the Mercedes just there when we were on board, but it doesn't mean that's indicative of anything going forward. I'm just commenting on what I can see, you know. Pascal, I disagree. I think the Aston don't look on the Red Bull. McLaren looks more on the Red Bull. I don't know. I think basically what they're saying is the side pods, the downwash of the side pods, I think is what they're on about. I'd have to see him I'd have to see him closer together at the front to make any kind of judgment on that, honestly, because I haven't particularly. Verstappen still with the Flovis on. Actually, he's come out with the Flovis still on the rear left of the car, so they're after more data. And that looks like they're trying to just try and get the correlation of data on how the airflow is going around around over the top and under the side pod towards the rear diffuser suspension area as Russell pulls over for the Alpha Tauri. At the bottom of our screens, the Alpha Tauri of Tsunoda, isn't it? We're on board with Verstappen, and that just looks planted. Again, he's looking planted. I don't know how old these tyres are, but they are used mediums that he's on right now, and it's looking bit of oversteer on exit. They're saying on Sky, yeah, I've got the same commentary on, but I have to talk over the top of it, so I don't really hear all of it. Running properly, but that might just be to get a specific data point. Were they not talking about the 15 millimeters by regulation? Because everyone's had to raise by 15 millimeters, haven't they? Can we just clarify that? Was it the Aston had to raise by 15 millimeters, or all of them did? Because I know all of them have had to raise by 15 mils. Because I didn't hear what they said on that. So is it the Aston has had to raise by that? I know the rule is, but did Aston have to? Flovis on right front and rear left maybe for balance. I think it's just that they can get both data points at the same time, Pascal. That they won't interfere with each other with the Flovis. Well, that's interesting, Ian. Well, that's interesting because 15 millimeters in F1 is huge. I'm not saying you're wrong at all. I just know it was 15 mil was a rule for all of them. The Alfa Romeo is looking a nice car this season, honestly. Oh, Russell. Stopped? Oh, it was this, yeah, it was pit lane. Ooh, my bad. My bad. Sorry, guys. Russell was stationary at the end of the pit lane. I thought he'd broken down there for a moment. Won't lie. What is Russell out on now? It's not actually telling me. Are they new or old mediums? Oh, I'm wondering. I feel like Ant Davidson knows what those sensors are for, but the sensors on top of the Mercedes wheel, he has said it could be anything. It could be for anything. Now, to me, they do look like. To me, they do look like. They do look like. I don't know what they are. They're either side Anthony Davidson. Get with it, mate. There was always two sensors. There was never three sensors, guys. Get with it. Come on. um, I didn't put music on because I figured with me talking, people listening to normal commentary and a bit of music, and wanting to hear the cars, I just figured it would be too much. So I elected not to do music in the background, personally. Because, yeah, I just thought it'd annoy people, honestly. Uh, got a picture and I will try and. Just me. Yeah. I've got to try and keep my commentary going, but it's easy just to get distracted and just watch a little. As we've seen, the Verstappen still out on track with that flow viz. Have you got a picture? Got a picture of what, Dan? What have I missed? No. Twitter will probably be the way. No, they. So how it is, Pascal, is the wire does go off to one side off the wheel, but when you're on the wheel, it comes up the back and splits either side like that. Let me have a look because I would like to bring this up. Trying to. Okay. I mean the sensor's tiny. There is an image of it, but it is tiny. I don't know how I can bring you this. Just give me a minute, actually. I'll take over the screen with it for just a moment. Just give me a second here. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Right. Right. Here it is. So that's the sensor there, and there's what they had it on at Silverstone for their running, and it's just a tiny box that's facing towards the driver. And there's one on either side. So the cable's coming up the center of the back of the wheel and then splitting off to the right top bit here and the left top bit over there. And it's just a tiny silver box on top of the wheel. I just realized my mount, but there. The cable comes down the back of there and along like the steering stem, if you like, and then you've got there. That's the sensor, and we've got one on both sides in testing today. And to me, it looks like it's facing back towards the driver, but it could be anything. I can't. The only theory I've seen is that it's an accelerometer on the wheel for measuring wheel angle and stuff. But I'm positive they've got that data. I'm positive they've got that data already. So I'm not sure I'm on board with that, but it could be. It could be. Quite possible measuring all sorts, to be honest. Could have a strain gauge in there measuring flex. Could be there's a good shout. Or sort of accelerometer for measuring many things. Yeah, an accelerometer seems to be the theory I've seen a lot of currently. That it's an accelerometer, and it's like it looks like it's tiny, like this big, right? You can barely see against my shiny head, but tiny like that. Heard Crofty in a terrible Red Bull advert this morning on the radio for the drink. Is there a conflict of interest there? Do you think? I suppose he's only subcontracted to be a commentator, isn't he? So it doesn't really matter. Cheers, Dan. Is that the shortest team pairing ever that Ted Kravitz is on about? That Yuki Tsunoda and Nick De Vries are the shortest team pairing ever. Oh, Ferrari update. Now I'm gonna listen and then update you. A dimple in the nose of the Ferrari. I can't say I'd noticed it. Oh, there is. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Is that intended? Just 1 minute. I'll explain. Just give me a moment. I'm listening. So, when the Ferrari is at speed, like at maximum speed, and Davidson telling to press it right, the nose cone of the Ferrari at speed, part of the top of the nose cone is folding in. So imagine like a wind hitting a sheet or something and it blows in. It's doing that at speed. So the crash structure is going either side up the nose, and the nose is hollow, and the carbon weave is so thin that it's like it's dimpling in an area maybe like that big up the nose, in between the Santander and the Ferrari logo Santander up there. It's creating a dimple in that area, like an inwards, and I'm pretty sure. Now, initially when I saw it, I thought that's a clever aero thing, but I think it's unintended. I think the carbon weave is so thin, it's giving way. So they may have to. Well, I don't know. I'm almost certain it'll affect aero because it's going to create something, isn't it? It's going to create something going on. So let me see if I can get an image of that for you. I'll try and do this, guys. Do tweet at the Sausage Curb with any cool images that you might see, and I'll try and bring it up on screen for you guys. There we go. I'm bringing up the image of it now for you guys. This is good. There you go. There you go. Can you just see that in that nose area? That, you can clearly see the rigid carbon structure for crashing left and right of it, and then above it and below it. And they've thinned it out so much that it's folding in like that. So there you go. That is the apparently they're going to do something about it. But there you go. That's what I'm talking about there. Please do tweet at the sausage curb though to send us stuff like that. And they are running the slot gap separators that act as aero. I am shocked, right, that the commentators and people do not know there was a change in the rules so they can use these slot gap separators. Like, there's a rule to allow it now. Why is everyone questioning it? Not sure the FIA will allow that to remain or whether Ferrari will want that. I don't think the FIA would have something to say. I just think it'll be suboptimal aerodynamically, right? Please do smash a like on the stream, guys. And if you are new here, welcome. Hit that subscribe button. Please do. I'm going to cover as much of the testing as I possibly can. It's a bit awkward, but I am going to do watch-alongs for the races. Best news so far is the lack of porpoising. Well, there's certainly some porpoising, Jonathan. We've seen porpoising from Mercedes. We've seen it from Ferrari. It's not harsh, but we've seen it. But yeah, please do tweet the sausage curb there if you've got anything interesting you see on Twitter that you'd like to put our way. And we will. I'll show it if it's something decent. I'll show it. That's for sure. I mean, I think it's still early to say, Jonathan, because none of them are going quickly yet. So we'll see. We'll see. There may well be less porpoising, but they're still not going fast. So they're at least 3 seconds off ultimate pace at the moment. So we'll see. We'll see. It didn't look as violent. I think I'll go with that. It didn't look as violent when they were porpoising. As we're seeing the Alfa Romeo of Zhou wheel backwards into the pit. Is Drugovich is still doing laps. He's done actually he's back out on track doing laps on used mediums. Actually is the only one out on track as we've got an hour and a half left on the session. It is, I know this is like a silly thing to say, but that Aston Martin does look like it's got the potential of a fast car. What's impressed you about the Williams, Jonathan? I'm interested to know. And then I'll share my opinion on the Williams. Want to see an onboard with Drugovich? He's on used tyres, but he does look to be moving a little bit. It's very bumpy at the end of the straight there at Bahrain. I think that's what was causing Hulkenberg the issues. Here we go. We've got an onboard with Drugovich. Nice and undramatic. Watch the helmet. It doesn't look like any porpoising. Turns into turn 4. Nice and undramatic. It looks well balanced, you think? It looks like an absolute pig, I thought. With the onboards with Albon, it looks horrible to drive. It's got understeer, it's got oversteer. He clearly can't warm up the tyres on it. Compared to the other drivers, anyway. He was working the wheel way more. Seeing Drugovich come through turn 10. Nice backwards cam. Little bit of porpoising. Very low frequency. Oh, it went high frequency at the end. There's a little bit of porpoising there, I think. Just a touch. .8 seconds off Sainz currently going around the track, but he is on used to mediums, like I say. Birds flying about. Yeah, it doesn't look nice. We saw him with the wheel, Jonathan, like really giving it that and scrubbing the fronts on purpose to try and drive some heat into them. He was oversteering off nearly every corner, oversteering on entry and then understeering mid corner. It didn't look great. But that was probably an hour and a half ago-ish, an hour ago. So he may have just been doing baselines and finding a bit of setup and stuff. It might improve. But to me, it looked like he couldn't switch on the tyres. It looked like he was struggling with cool tyres, even though the track temperature, I think, is like 40 degrees and the air temperature's about 28, or it was. Track temperature is now 42, in fact, and the air temperature's 29. So if they're struggling to switch on the tyres in those conditions, it's not great, right? But we're just seeing Piastri get back into the car now. What do you think of the McLaren so far? Honestly, nothing. We haven't really seen them do anything yet. It's all been long run data collection stuff we've seen from them so far. I don't think we've seen Piastri even slightly go for it. I thought that as well, John. I thought that as well. But I don't think we've seen anything from McLaren yet, honestly. Yeah, I don't think we've seen anything from McLaren. And the most laps Piastri has done has been on the prototype tyre, which isn't reflective of anything anyway. As we're seeing, is Sainz out of the pits on brand new medium tyres. So we might see something as Russell also leaves the pits on brand new prototype tyres there as well. If you want to join the F1 Fantasy League, it's the pinned comment, guys. Please do go and get involved. It's absolutely free. You just have to download the app. It's available on Android and iOS. Follow the link and join the league. Get involved. We had over 40 people last time I checked. How many people have we got in the league now? Let me have a little look. We've got 44 people in the league now. So, yeah, it'd be great to get over the 50 and get lots involved. Like I say, it's the pinned comment to get involved. And don't forget to like the stream and subscribe to the channel as well if you're wanting more F1 content. I don't think it's a case of not giving anything away. I don't think they care at the moment about pace, honestly. It's like the last thing on the mind at the minute, pace. I reckon, given the information I've had as well, I think Alpine are going to. I'd like Aston to, but their running so far this morning isn't filling me with confidence. As we see Red Bull, Williams, Ferrari all break the 40-lap barrier in the morning session. An hour and a half to go in this morning session so far. We've been going 2.5 hours. I've actually really enjoyed doing this watch-along so far. Thank you for hanging out with me, guys. Really appreciate it. yeah, please do hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. As we're seeing Sainz down to turn 1, he is on new medium tyres, so he might go for it a bit here. A little bit of oversteer through turn 2 there. It's pretty normal, that. As we're going down towards turn 4, definitely porpoising. Nothing too hectic, not high frequency. Understeering a bit around turn 4 there. Through the area, he's been losing it a bit. He looked to have a little wobble again through, I think it's turn 6. Down to the bottom of the hill, through the hairpin, and up the hill once again towards turn 9s and 10. Super difficult, decreasing radius, tight corner this. You normally see a lockup or 10 here, but nice and undramatic there from Sainz, as we see a nice rear view down the back straight, opening the DRS to get top speed, flying along. It is bouncing. You can see it on the suspension movement as he goes around turn 11 and up the hill once again towards turn 12, bouncing through turn 12 up over the top of the hill. Is 3/10 off his own ultimate pace here as he's going along the penultimate straight now towards the final corner. We are definitely seeing it bouncing, but nah, that was porpoising. They've done something there where I was just about to defend the Ferrari and saying the Bahrain surface does seem very bumpy, but that was definite porpoising there from the Ferrari as he turned up the pace somewhat on that run. And we see him back out onto the third lap there of that run. So that was interesting, as we see Russell as well on the prototype tyre. Albon, Hulkenberg and Sainz as well, all out at the moment. But the Ferrari is definitely porpoising, and when you consider they're still 3 seconds off. Now, what I would say is I feel like they just made a setting change and they're testing sort of extremes at the moment, and they probably just found where the porpoising starts, because we didn't see that before from Sainz. We didn't see that amount of porpoising. It wasn't as violent as last year, but we know what to look for now, don't we? As we see Hulkenberg in the Haas, about a second off Sainz's pace. Let's have a look as he goes along. Way more stable than the Ferrari, that's for sure, but a lot slower as well. As he comes down the start-finish straight, do we stay on board with him? He is porpoising. I think Ant Davidson in commentary is saying the same as me, that now they're starting to sort of play around with setup a little bit, and maybe they're finding where they're getting that porpoising, because the lower they go with the car, the more porpoising they'll get, because it'll stall out the underfloor, right? So So we're seeing Piastri. I think there's a phase here where we're getting sort of quick runs. He's on, what's he on? He's on new mediums. So I think this is the first time we're going to see Piastri attack the track good and proper here. Again, I'm saying that we're only a couple of hours into testing, nearly 3 hours into testing for this season. When I'm saying attack it good and proper, I think it's the first. It's not representative, but it's the first time we're seeing it stretch its legs a little bit this season. 6/10 off in the first sector. Green sector for Piastri. Looking quite tidy as he moves down to turn 8, the tight right-hander. Moving up the hill now towards turn 9 and 10, the decreasing radius corner. It's looking all very undramatic. Is he going to lock up into turn 10? No. Lovely, lovely. Straight on the apex. Very, very good. Opens up the DRS. We're going to keep an eye on the attitude of the car, see if we see any porpoising. We've got a rear view. I can't say that I noticed any porpoising there. As he goes round turn 11, up the hill again, through turn 12, where the Ferrari really bounced, not seeing that from the McLaren. 1.1 seconds off in the second sector total. As he's coming up towards the penultimate corner, it's not bouncing any, well, it's just not at all. And he's turning into the final corner, is Piastri, and towards the start-finish line, I think we're going to see his best lap here. And we do 1.6 seconds off Sainz there. But it looked all very tidy, which is a good thing. Alpine update, I'm just listening. On board with Russell. Lock up into turn 10, standard. Alpine are working on the rear of Gasly's car, but Ted Kravitz doesn't think it's anything major, just that they're discussing it, and something to do with the suspension at the rear of the Alpine there. And Ted Kravitz not thinking it's anything serious. Dimple, here we go. I realise I'm not saying much, but I'm just listening to this update. The Ferrari dimple is not meant to be happening, confirmed. Something was missing, and they fixed it. Yeah, there was a covering which wasn't in place, basically, and now it is. It just shows you how thin that carbon skin on the car is, though, doesn't it? It really does. And we're seeing Sainz lose it again at the top of the hill there. What corner is that? It's 4, 5, 6, 6 to 7 there. Corner 6 to 7 there. That's like the second time he's gone fully off, and honestly, about the sixth time he's had a moment there. It's not looking happy with the crosswind and stuff, the oversteer, the Ferrari, at all. As we're seeing George Russell now through turn 3, flying down towards turn 4. Is he on a hot one? He is on used prototype tyres now into turn 4. I'd like an on-board. I don't know how old these tyres are. We just know they're used and that the prototype is 1.4 off in the first sector, though, as he catches up to the AlphaTauri and the Williams, and he goes past them both. And he's up towards turn 9 and 10. Please do remember to hit that like button and subscribe to the channel, guys. I'm going to be here with as much watch-along content and F1 content and everything I can put out as much as I can. I need it. The link. Look, I'll try and get you another link because it has to be done by the link, dude. It has to be done by the link. Give me a moment and I'll put it into the chat. It has to be done by the link. Give me a sec. And I'll regenerate the link and I'll try and give you it. Give me a moment. If anyone wants to join the F1 league that we've got going on, why isn't my chat opening? Give me a moment. Right then, here we go. If anyone wants to join, then there is the link to join the F1 League we've got going on. Please get involved, guys. It's absolutely free. You've just got to download the app to your mobile device, whether that's a tablet or a phone. It's available on iOS and Android. So please do get involved. We've got nearly 50 people taking part now. Want as many people as we can get involved. And you've got until the beginning of qualifying at Bahrain to get involved. So do click on that link and get joining the league. As we see Max Verstappen with more flow-vis on the car. I honestly think Williams have done a lot of flow-vis, but I feel like we've seen the most flow-vis from Red Bull here, and it's all over the underside of the rear wing, and we've seen quite a methodical approach here, the front to back of the car, and they're getting lots and lots of data. With 45 laps completed, Verstappen is on new medium tyres here. As we're seeing, actually, Williams, this is the impressive thing, Williams are about to break the 50 lap thing. Has Verstappen stopped? Or has he gone into the pits? It's all right. It just came up that it stopped on the live timing, and I thought there was a delay there. I got a bit not worried, but a bit surprised by that. Is that link working for your Prime? Please do let me know, dude. Please do let me know. Yeah, I've already said that, Pascal. Where did you tweet them to, dude? You tweeted them to the sausage. Where have you sent them to? I've got the sausage curb open, John. Where you sent them, mate? You sent them to pit lanes. Oh, I'm not getting a notification, but it could be me. You have to sign into the app and then use the link. There you go. I did wonder why it's not working. As we're seeing Verstappen giving it some beans. I'm not. I haven't got any notifications, John. I have the Sausage Curb Twitter open, and I'm not getting anything new here. Sorry, bud. I'm not seeing it. Don't know. Don't know what's going on there. Bit weird. So Russell, Drugovic, Zhou, Sainz, Piastri, and Verstappen out on track right now. As we see, we have now seen Albon be the first driver to hit 50 laps. That's great for Williams. That's really good for Williams that they are putting so many miles into the car and looking quick. I mean, we can't look too deeply into it, but they are up there right now. You know, for what it's worth, they're up there. They are up there. I don't think it means anything right now, but they are up there, right? So currently, with how long have we got left? About an hour and a quarter left. We're seeing Sainz, Verstappen, Albon, Zhou, Russell, Hülkenberg, Tsunoda, Gasly, Piastri, and Drugovic. That's what we're seeing currently. I feel like I'm quite sure Sky employ about 75 people to commentate. I'm almost sure at this point. There's no wonder a Sky subscription costs so much. Blooming heck. I think most of the money goes to Crofty, though. I think. But, okay, cool. I've got it now, John. It's just come up for me. Yes, I'm going to show this. My coverage has just stopped. Am I still live? Let me just refresh my coverage. It was working fine. That was weird. So yeah, this is a comparison of solutions. Let me just bring these up. These are front wing things. Now, obviously, this is the Ferrari one, and what we're seeing here are these sort of strafes, if you like, these wing separators. Where last season we saw this with the Mercedes, and they never ran it, but the Ferraris are running it, and this is to have basically the top element and the second element attached to each other, but they also have this aerodynamic element on them as a secondary sort of benefit, and this is to steer air to the outboard of the towards around the wheel. Basically, that's what it's doing, I believe, to tidy up the airflow. And this is what the Mercedes is running right now. Now, I think it's fairly widely thought that we would start to see those wing separators appearing more on other cars as well as the season continues. But we did indeed see these on the Mercedes at the Circuit of America rounds, and people thought they were going to run them for Mexico, but other teams complained, so it didn't get used. But as you can see, the Ferrari is using it in testing, and to be fair, that doesn't mean it's going to be on the car in the race or anything like that next week. But they are using it now, and it would mess up data if they were to use something they're not going to use in the race. So there it is, and the rule has changed for this season, so it is now legal. I'm not sure why there's a massive amount of confusion about it. I'm positive Ferrari wouldn't be running it. Massive oversteer I'm seeing there from Carlos through turn 11. But there you go. That's the Mercedes front and the Ferrari front wing. Now, you can't see it on that picture, but the end plate slot gap on the Mercedes that I'm sure you've all seen, that probably performs a very similar function to what those wing separating connector thingies do, just as a point of interest. Oh, God. Honestly, them hook and back is making me cringe already, and I've only heard it 4 times. Please stop saying it. Please stop saying it. If Buxton says it, I think I'll tear my ears off. Can we stop it? Oh, God. Can we stop it already? Already, we're a couple of hours into testing, and I don't like it already. It makes me want to vomit. Oh, no, really? John Motson. Absolute legend. That's mad. Absolute legend. Those of us into football, I'm positive, will have been brought up with John Motson commentating, and absolute legend of commentary. Really, really, really sad. 77, and he's passed away. Really, really sad that. Really sad that. Rest in peace. Thoughts to his friends and family and stuff. That's really sad. That's really sad. It's one of those you grow up with, like hearing commentating. I'm not being funny, much like Murray Walker with Formula One, right? There are just voices that you instinctively put with sport, you know. And for me, with Formula One, it'll always be Murray Walker. Um, and honestly, John Motson is probably the one for football for me, actually, for growing up, and you knew it was like match of the day and whatnot, and yeah. So sad times, sad times, sad times. As we're seeing the Aston Martin in the pits now. How many laps has Drugovich done now? 24. They really need to get some running done after their early issues. Nice close-up of the undercut side pod there on the Aston Martin. I still think there's something to come from there. I believe Alonso gets in the car this afternoon. I think we might see something a little bit more representative this afternoon. I think it's important to remember that while a Formula 2 champion, this is Drugovich's sort of, well, not first session, but he's sort of been drafted in unexpectedly, right? So I think it's important to remember that on Drugovich and not be too harsh about times and stuff. I just want to see them in this final hour of the first session. I just want to see Aston Martin just pile on the laps now. Honestly, I want to see them just get mileage done. As we're seeing Albon in the Williams, honestly, just lap after lap after lap after lap right now. And he's on the fourth lap of a stint on medium tyres, 55 laps, most laps so far. And that's what I always look for in pre-season testing, mileage. Times, not so much, times be times. They're not representative yet. They're figuring things out. They'll be going out with different levels of fuel. They'll be going out with different wing settings. There might even be changing aero stuff that we're not aware of, as in wings and stuff. Ride heights, suspension settings, all sorts of stuff. They'll just be experimenting, like I think we saw Ferrari teetering on the edge of porpoising, and I think they were experimenting with that. I don't know what to tell you, dude. I don't know what to tell you. The If you can search it, try Pit Lanes F1 League. It'll be there. Listening to Jack Doohan talking about Alpine. He's talking about the fact that testing isn't just about the driver, it's about the mechanics, it's about everyone getting used to the car and working on the car, and that right now it's about setup changes and running through different things, as we see actually Gasly on screen now on a set of used medium tyres. 30 likes now on the stream. Thank you very much, guys. Do smash that like button. If you're watching on mobile, I'm told you have to close the chat, hit the like, and then reopen the chat on your mobile device. It really helps because it shows YouTube people are enjoying this content. If you are new here and you want all your F1 content, then please do hit that subscribe button. I won't lie, I'm not going to be doing a watch along for all of the testing. I just simply can't. There's too much of it around life. But for the race weekends, if there's enough interest, I'd quite like to do free practice watch-alongs and things like that. But we'll have to see how it goes, and really get TSKF1 known for doing watch-alongs during the season. But we will be doing watch-alongs for qualifying and for the race. And things like that. So please do hit that subscribe button and like the stream if you are new here. As we're watching Gasly circulate in the Alpine right now. Ooh. We're flying along on the subs over on here. It's good to see. It's good to see. Has anything impressed you particularly this morning, guys, with testing? Are you surprised by anything? I think this has shown how good these teams are, right? While we've as far as I can recall, we've only seen one car grind to a halt, and we know it was an electrical issue, and that was Drugovic right at the beginning of the session, and that issue's been fixed. For the first, can only search public leagues. Yeah, I can't make it public, mate. Sorry. There's nothing more I can do. I can only give you the link. I don't know. You're the only person that said this. I don't know why it's not working for you, buddy. Sorry, mate. All I can do is give you the link, but it has to be hidden. Sorry. It speaks to how strong F1 teams are these days. We're seeing some graining or blistering on the front right of Gasly's car right now. He's on used mediums. He's only 2 laps into this run, but there is definite graining or blistering. I can't really tell in the centre of his front right tyre, which seems to have gone away. Maybe he ran wide and picked up some marbles or something. Yeah, probably, John. This is where you want the small issues. Yeah, it's just disheartening, maybe because you'd want them putting plenty of laps in. As we see Verstappen out on track as well, and Sainz going back out. It looks like Albon is in the pits, but we're approaching 60 laps in this morning session, which means you would bet you'd be looking probably towards 150 laps on the day. For the top teams, really, top running teams. I don't necessarily mean fastest, but mileage is where it's at, isn't it? They're wanting to get engine data. They're wanting to get aero data. Like, I've only just realised that Alpine is actually running blue Flovis on the back of it around the rear diffuser and rear wing, and I'd not noticed that previously. But, yeah. We're just seeing Sainz poodle about gently at the moment. We've only got Gasly and Sainz out on track right now. Gasly now 4 laps into his stint as they're raising their mileage now. But yeah, Drugovic is quite far behind on the mileage at the minute. He's the only driver and the only team still in the 20s of laps. And you'll notice I'm not really paying much attention to the time. For me, it's all about mileage in testing. But it's quite quiet right now. I think we're going to see a little bit of a lull, but I think we might see it pick up towards the end of the session here. We've got some Flovis all along the top of the floor of the left-hand side of the Ferrari right now as well, as he is circulating the track. Might do myself another cup of tea shortly. They look a little bout. It's difficult, Wayne. Not compared to last year, but it's difficult because the surface at Bahrain is very bumpy. Like there, the Ferraris are clearly experimenting with ride heights. Because probably half an hour ago we saw Sainz going down the start-finish straight, and he was bouncing, and he wasn't bottoming out like he is on this run. So it's a balance, isn't it? And this is what testing is about, where they're trying to find that aero balance, where they're inducing maybe a little bit of porpoising, but it's not impactful upon performance. Because if they're going in a straight line and they've got some low frequency porpoising like that, they're not going to be bothered. They'll crack on. They just don't want that high frequency bottoming out that we did see a lot of last season. Now, honestly, from what I've seen this morning, Ferrari have had the worst porpoising for what it's worth, but nowhere near as bad as last season. There has been a touch of it in very few instances with Max, but I don't think it's an issue at all, and I think we'll see a very stable car. But we have seen a couple of clips where he seems to have a low frequency bounce going on. Russell certainly had some, but the Ferrari seems a lot more bouncy than anything else that we've seen. And again, I'm not talking 2022 levels on the bouncy. Like now, we're seeing him bottom out going down the start-finish straight, which is a bounce, but you can also see across the track width that the track is bumpy anyway. So is it bottoming out on those bumps causing him to effectively look like he's porpoising? You know what I mean? I don't think we're actually seeing... I don't know. It's a tough one. Here we go. We've got an exterior view. We're seeing it bounce, but like it's difficult for me to gauge whether that's porpoising or that is him literally slamming onto the bumps on the track, because he's bottoming big time. But I don't think it's because of porpoising. You can see the ribs, if you like, along the circuit that he's hitting. And I mean, I know I'm explaining this like you guys can see, but I think it's important to mention. But so the way I describe it is the Ferrari looks very soft. It looks very softly sprung compared to some of the others. But this could be all dampers and everything like that as well, that Ferrari is still dialing in, and maybe they're testing different bits and bobs, you know. As we see Gasly, Tsunoda and Sainz out on track. Gasly is 6 laps into this run now. Gasly seems to have been out on track for ages. Tsunoda is on used mediums. They're all on used tyres. Hulkenberg's not out. They're all on used tyres, those that are out on track right now. Yeah, it's a tough one, and I'm sure social media is going to be full of... it's going to be full of... I think it'll be on social. People like a bit of drama, don't they? People like a bit of drama. So I would imagine a meal will be made out of any bouncing. But again, the Alpine is getting some mileage in now. Good to see that. The most mileage right now is still from Albon in the Williams, which is very encouraging. I'm not seeing porpoising really either, John. This is the thing. There's a lot of bouncing, but to me it seems like they're like earlier, 100%, John, on the penultimate straight. You could just tell the Ferrari was bouncing. There's a touch there from the Alpine that I just saw. It's very low. It's not like last year. It's very low frequency, you know. Totally different to what we saw last year, where it was out of control, you know. It's nothing like last season. But we totally saw some from Ferrari a couple of runs ago, and it was very clear to me they were testing another setting, and it did. And we've seen again low frequency stuff from Russell, but nothing insane and nothing to like the 2022 season. Oh, I'm actually wearing my Alpine top. I just remembered. I'm just just wearing F1 hoodie with an Alpine top. Right then, 52 minutes to go. I think I should have some more tea. It's all down to the tyre walls, isn't it? No. I mean, some of it will be, but not all of it, because obviously, you do have, like, would it be like a pneumatic effect with the tyre and the pressure in the tyre? But you've got the dampers as well in the suspension, so it'll be down to rebound settings in the suspension and all sorts of stuff, and how stiffly it's sprung. Like, to me, just watching the Ferrari, it looks way softer. You can see so much more movement. Um, you can see so much more movement generally in the platform. But yeah, some of it is tyre. Some of it is tyre, but it's definitely not all down to the tyre. Um, but there is a lot of give, and there's a lot less give in the sidewalls now, of course, because they're a lot smaller now, aren't they, than what they used to be. As we're seeing Drugovic give it some beans, really. Going down to turn 8, the hairpin at the bottom of the hill. A little bit of oversteer on power there. Nothing crazy we're seeing at the wheel there. Turning down towards turn 10. He doesn't lock up, misses the apex by a little bit, but nice and stable there. Watching his head for a bit of porpoising. A touch of it towards the end of the straight, but nothing violent. Turns in, nice enough. A little bit of mid-corner oversteer as he goes up the hill through turn 12. Looks pretty well on there. And down onto the penultimate straight. Another touch of mid-corner oversteer. And down the straight he goes. Touch of bouncy, but it is. I'm literally making the most out of that. It's not very much. Runs a touch wide there on the final corner, but a generally tidy lap. We're seeing 5 seconds off there, but Drugovic is on used mediums, and who knows how many laps those mediums have already done. So it doesn't matter a bit how far off he is. I'm just looking at the wheel movement, and to be fair, that mid-corner oversteer could be purely to do with the age of the tyres that he's got on board. But there we go. Valtteri Bottas in the Alfa Romeo garage. His helmet's brilliant. According to the timings, it's going to be Ferrari first, Red Bull second, Williams third this year. Well, I mean, look, I think Williams have made a step and they're putting a lot of mileage in. And that's what I will say. Mileage is a good sign. Mileage is a very good sign. I always like to see mileage in testing. Drugovic, I'm still bothered by Aston Martin. I just want to see Drugovic on a proper long stint here. I just want to see him pump out the laps, but I don't know if that's the intent. But I do want to see that a lot. By the end of the day, McLaren are in trouble and need a Plan D car. Well, big lock up there from Zhou into turn 8, but it didn't look too dramatic. We've seen quite a few lockups. I think Hulkenberg has been the worst offender with the lockups into turn 1, really, but that was coming off the bounce. There's a lot of bumps there into turn 1, and I think the Haas was struggling early doors on that, and he was locking up quite a lot into turn 1. It's pretty mad, isn't it? It's pretty mad that you can just sit here for odd hours just watching cars go around in testing. I'll be honest. Last night I barely slept. I barely slept because I wasn't going to do this at all. I had intended not to do this. I was just going to do sort of news roundups and keep on with my Twitch streaming. But last night, late on, I was just like, you know what? I'm doing a watch along. So, yeah, I just decided to do a watch along for this morning and just see if anyone came along and see if we could pick up any new subs or anything like that, ready for the season, and hopefully, people are enjoying it and it's adding something to the morning. I think the use of Twitter is a good idea. Quite honestly, I think using that so that people can tweet the sausage curb, as we see again. Oh, sorry, Science run wide in like turn 6 or whatever it is, turn 6 and 7. That 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 Ferrari is not happy at the rear end with the change of direction of wind, um, and that's. I mean, I think that's clear at this point. We're so deep into this session. I'd have thought they'd have tried to address that, but it looks an absolute pig through there. Every lap is getting a snap of oversteer. As we see loads of Flovies on the left-hand side of the Ferrari. Right, I'm just going to go make myself a cup of tea, enjoy the live timing, the chairman's in charge, and I will be back in just a few minutes. McLaren using white flowfish. It's Verstappen's ninth season already. Right, we're on board with Russell. Looking back again. Down towards turn 10. Now, what is Russell on? He is on used mediums. It seems to be moving quite well, though. Just join the league. What do you win? Bragging rights, Wayne. Fortunately, I can't. I have nothing to give you if you win, but here we go, down the penultimate straight with Russell. Are we going to see it on board? Let's have a look at his head movement, if there is any. There's a bump over the top here. Oh, extremely minimal anything, if anything, for porpoising, honestly. Absolutely fine. The absolutely fine is the Mercedes on that run for sure. What's them wires on the Merc? So there is a sensor on either side of the top edge of the wheel, Wayne. There's a sensor there which is on either side, and we're not sure what it's measuring, but we think they're accelerometers. But we're not sure what it's measuring. So there's a cable that's coming up the back of the wheel, splitting in two, and going to a sensor either side of the wheel on top. Not sure what it's measuring, but it is there. If anyone's got any images they'd like to share, please do tweet at the Sausage Curb, because then I can show them on screen nice and easy. There's nothing really there. There's nothing really there. There's two little silver boxes and two cables. There's nothing there to really look at, mate. But feel free to tweet me at the Sausage Curb. I'm monitoring that as well. And if anyone tweets me anything, here we go. We've got Verstappen with two purple sectors here. Is he actually giving it some beans? We're keeping an eye on this as Verstappen's coming towards the end of the lap. Russell may have got in the way there, but he has got two purple sectors here. He's coming towards the end of the lap now. Has he backed out of it? I'm not sure. And there we go. 32.9. There we go. 32.9. I don't see any flow-vis on his car. I don't think there's any flow-vis on his car. So now he could have gone quicker. I think that could have been a mid-32. There is. Right front. Cheers. Thank you. Yeah, just spotted it myself. That should be deleted. Well, it's only testing, mate. It's only testing. There's no point in deleting it. Where's haven't is in the garage, Wayne. He was stood in the garage an hour ago. Well, I'm not about that. I'm not about that prime, to be honest. I'm not about that. It's only testing. No one gives a shit. So Crofty is basically wanting to propose to Hulkenberg. Do we think Hulkenberg is is Hulkenberg going to be anywhere near K-Mag? Well, let's go. Poll in the chat, go for it. Poll in the chat, go for it. Seems weird, keep looking for Rick on the tree. You're the only one. Oh, massive lockup again into turn one for Hulkenberg. On the outside, he's really having trouble with his brakes into turn one. Massive issues. We've seen now Albon is up to 65 laps, Sainz is up to 61 laps. Russell actually has been putting in tons of laps because he's crept up as well. He was quite a few laps behind earlier. And still, Drugovich is sub 30 laps, which isn't great. I didn't think of Danny Rick at all. I didn't think about it at all. Is on screen, we're seeing Jean Alesi. We did just see Jean Alesi, but we're seeing the Alpine now of Gasly coming down towards the final corner. He's on used mediums. How you doing, Lewis? Good morning. Hope you're well. Get your vote in on the poll there, guys. So seeing Gasly, again, he's on used tyres, so I don't think he'll be doing anything particularly pacey right now. But Gasly's had 45 laps this session so far, which is good. It seems in between 40 and 60 is the way to be. So, Drugovich, man. I'm just not happy with Aston. Who's excited for Drive to Survive tomorrow? Nope. Next. Is anyone excited for that? I'm not. I mean, it's fine if other people are. I didn't even know it was out tomorrow. If I somehow find myself having some spare time, I might watch an episode of it to see if it's still pathetic. Otherwise, yeah, I won't be bothering. Lewis loves it. That's all right. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not an enjoyer. Early doors. I was an enjoyer of it, but now, yeah, it's a load of manufactured bollocks, isn't it? But you know, for me, it is anyway. You know, Glad does my head in now. I'm not. Look, I can't deal with manufactured stuff. That's my issue. As we see Russell with his DRS open behind the Alpine of Gasly, looking to the inside but not making a pass. Brain dead easy viewing. I think I can't do that with it because I care too much about Formula One, and when I know it's made up, it literally offends me, and I can't deal with that. I'm not like gatekeeping the sport, but don't lie. There's like the thing that gets me with it. The thing that gets me with it is the sport has enough going on. There is enough going on that they don't need to make anything up. And I really don't like that. And that is my main thing with Drive to Survive. There is enough about the sport, even in a linear fashion, with its radio calls as they are, to not make it up. And that offends me. It actually does. I hate it. Not just about Drive to Survive. I hate it in any TV. As soon as that stuff starts, I'm sick a little bit in my mouth and I turn it off. Whatever it is, I don't like it. But if it's entertaining for some people, then it's all good, isn't it? But I won't be watching it, I don't think. Unless the reviews come in that they really have gone back to like fly on the wall sort of stuff. If they've done that, then I'll watch it. But Pascal, that Williams looks very decent. 66 laps already. Yeah, yeah, I'm on board with that. The most laps, it's a signal, isn't it? We need Amazon to do an all or nothing with an F1 team. You know what? I'm on board with that. I am on board with that. Like I like Man United, but I've really enjoyed the Tottenham and the Arsenal all or nothings, right? Is that official from Mercedes, Pascal? Because again, we've seen people say that, but not verifiable sources. But I've enjoyed the all. See, to me, those are done the right way. Prime Spike. Has anyone watched the All or Nothing series that they have on like Tottenham and Arsenal? I think they've done a City one. I haven't watched the City one. I'm not going to lie, but I watched the Tottenham and Arsenal ones, and it's like it's not made up. It literally is fly on the wall. Sort of forget we're here, and they do the thing. That not quite as good, but that's how I felt with the first season of Drive to Survive. And then as it went on, it became more Love Island than Fly on the Wall documentary, you know? And that's how I feel about it. Well, we'll have to see, Pascal. I don't know. I haven't seen out on it, but I'll take it. The Arsenal one's decent, Glad. The Arsenal one's decent because it's all around. There was the whole area of. Do you remember the drama with Aubameyang, maybe? And it was pretty good to see like the inner workings. Like they were like, he's where? He's in Barcelona. What? And that's just how I feel about Drive to Survive. I am glad that people enjoy it, but I think it gives. The problem I have as well is that I think it gives people a false representation of the sport as well, which isn't a great thing. As Drugovic is out on track again on new mediums, so we might see him trying to do something with a bit of pace sort of thing. Yeah, it's all a mess, Glad. I'd recommend it, dude. You're into your footy. You'd enjoy watching it, I reckon. Um, so Drugovic through the first sector sets a personal best. Are we gonna see a bit of pace here? You'd expect is it 8 tenths off in the first sector? You'd expect Alonso to go faster this afternoon, wouldn't you? But they might have a lot of testing stuff for Alonso, a testing sort of package for Alonso to go through, and you'd expect them to load him with data gathering and stuff because that's honestly probably one of the reasons he's there, right? To give that feedback and that experience, right? Green sector through the second sector for Drugovic as well as he's coming down towards the end of his lap. I've got high hopes for Aston this season. 2.2 seconds off middle sector, so even though it's a personal best, he is miles off. And he's still the slowest there, but it was his fastest. And at the end of the day, it is Drugovic, right? And we are seeing Piastri and Drugovic, the two rookies, 9th and 10th. I don't think there's a rookie ahead of them, is there? And obviously, again, we can't read too much into times, but, I would put Piastri just on stats ahead of Drugovic, but they're both F2 champions, right? But right, they're at the Williams garage. All good, Jack. How are you? Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if Alonso's up there this afternoon. I am a little bit disappointed I can't cover the entirety of the testing for you guys. I would love to do lives, watch alongs for the entire thing, but I mean, it's just unrealistic. Too many things to do. But what I might do is after this session, for the lunch break, I might sack off doing pit lanes today in its entirety, and then after the lunch break, I might come back for about 2 hours for the afternoon session, and then tomorrow morning I might resume what I was intending to do anyway. What I intended to do today. I just want to see the testing. Will it be dark towards the end of testing in Bahrain? That's always when quali is. Yes, I think it will be. Because what time? It's going to be 7:30 there, isn't it? The end. So let's have a look. Sunset in Bahrain today is 5:30 these time. Sunset is 5:30 today their time, which would mean, yeah, because the session's going till 7:30. It's going to be dark at the end of the session. It's going to be dark at the end of the session today. So you're right there. You might get more representative times at the end of the day. It's just unfortunate I can't be live for it. I'd love to be live for it, but yeah. I am going to bring as much content as I possibly can to you guys throughout this testing, because this is what TSKF1 is for. Lots of graining on the front right-hand side tyre for Sainz there. Gotta love an F1 sunset. Sunset agreed. Tsunoda on 39 laps. Yeah, Drugovich is catching up. Tsunoda, yeah, he's lagging behind on the laps. Piastri's on hard tyres. Russell has left the pits. He's on brand new something tyres, I think, but I don't know what tyres they are. Thank you for hanging out today, guys. Really, really appreciate it. I think it's been generally a good stream this morning, hasn't it, to be live and doing it. I don't even know if there's a limit on stream time on YouTube, but I appreciate you guys hanging out very much. It all helps. Please make sure you've hit the like on the stream and subscribed as well if you haven't subscribed. It all helps grow the channel. Lots of work going in to grow the channel. Hmm. I was just listening to the commentators making no sense at all for me. Anyway, they were on about weight limits and stuff, and it was just confusing me. Now, is anything surprising? Okay, question. I don't think he said that. I thought he said half a kilo. Didn't he say half a kilo heavier than last year? I thought he said half a kilo. Did I mishear him? I thought he said half a kilo. I thought he said half a kilo, honestly. I didn't think he said 2.5 kilos. Did he? Can anyone clarify that? Thank you for the sub, Q Faster Q. $730 subs. Get in. So the car is 2.5 kilos heavier than last year because the limit has been reduced. What? That was the thing, isn't it? Right. Russell is up to 65 laps. We're seeing Albon on 72 laps. Now, question for chat. Question for chat. Do we think that any of this is representative? Do we think any of this is representative? And if you do think any of it is representative, which drivers and teams do you think? Or do you think any drivers and teams aren't showing what they've got yet? So is there someone in this 10 driver running order that you don't think is showing their pace yet in any way at all? Or do you think there is any driver or team in a position on that leaderboard that is above where they're going to be? So the order is Verstappen, Sainz, Albon, Zhou, Russell, Hülkenberg, Tsunoda, Gasly, and Piastri. What do you think, guys? I'd love to know your input as we see Gasly, Verstappen, Piastri, Tsunoda, Sainz, Zhou, and Russell out on track. That's tough to answer. Well, I'm here for the tough questions, Gled. I'm here for the tough questions. Aston Martin are fully representative? Probably. Honestly, probably. Lowest amount of laps. Drugovich put in at the last moment. 10th, probably, right now. All of them are not showing pace as it's testing, and it's the engineers. That wasn't the question. Are any of them representative of where you think they're going to be? That's the question. We all know that, but do we think that any of them are out of position, like Williams being third? Do we think that's even a possibility? That's a question. Williams being third, do we think that's even a possibility at all, in any way? And McLaren being ninth, do you think they are that slow? Do we think they're that slow? No, I think that's unrealistic. Top two are given, but I think Williams and Alfa are slightly out of position. Potentially, yeah. That all I can go off is the onboards with the Williams, and it did look a bloody handful when he was getting that time. Whereas Verstappen's looked very chill, you know. I think Albon was pushing more than Verstappen was, for example, you know. I'd say top three are still in the same order. Top three in the same order. Alpine will be the surprise package, and I do think McLaren are struggling. No, I don't think anything can be gathered from. Oh, you're not playing the game at all, Lewis. You're not playing. We're playing a game. Come on, play the game. I don't. McLaren. We're doing hypotheticals. I don't think McLaren are slow. Might be Piastri getting used to the systems and procedures. There's that, but honestly, Wayne, I'd expect him to be fully ready because he is the race driver. I'd give Drugovich a bit of a break, but Piastri, being the driver, I would have expected him to be 100% up to speed with everything. With those kinds of things, not driving an F1 car per se, but being up to speed with procedures and whatnot. Probably really Drugovich, but I'd expect Gasly to be faster. Yeah, now a lot's been said about Alpine apparently having an extremely light car, the lightest on the grid, and a lot is being made of that. So it'd be interesting into the season to see whether the Alpine, on longer stints. That's one of the. Obviously, you've got the raw pace, but I think one place where lightness and closeness to the weight limit is the tyre longevity, because it all works hand in hand. If you've got a lighter car, then it's the tyres are being worked less, right? So and Ant Davidson just talking about this track being savage on the tyres, as we see Yuki using every inch of the track. I've only just noticed Gasly in the Alpine. What do you mean? Is Merc going purposely slow, or do they not find the right balance just yet? Well, testing isn't about speed, or Rafe. It's not about speed. They'll be running through their own programs, and to be fair, even with pace, even when Merc were dominating, people accused them of sandbagging. So I think Mercedes are very much doing their own thing, with what they want to learn and what they want to achieve with testing. I hope to make a video later on, maybe, talking about that, but I am having this evening off because I'm not going to lie, I'm going to be watching the football tonight. But I don't think you can read too much into the times. We're just playing the hypothetical what if game at the moment. But I don't think if I was a Mercedes fan, I don't think I'd be worried right now. A yellow flag in Sector 2, is that for Piastri? Who's that for? I'm not seeing anyone on the map going particularly slow, unless they've recovered. Was it for Zhou? VSC. It's a VSC practice. So they're doing a VSC practice just now as well. So there we go. This is probably going to be the artificial end to this session, because I don't think they're going to go out and circulate under VSC. I don't think they'll care. I think everyone will box. It depends how long it lasts. Piastri actually and Sainz have stayed out, I think. Is Sainz in the pit? No, I think they have stayed out. Then again, this is good live practice for Piastri, isn't it, to do a bit of VSC practice? So it could make sense for a Drugovich and Piastri to get some experience doing this. So Lewis said, okay, in the game world, I want Williams to suddenly be that quick. I mean, I did I call these my biggest surprise of the season, Williams? I can't remember what I said as my biggest surprise of the season, but they've definitely made a step, Williams have. Now, have they made a step from dog to rubbish? I don't know. But Logan Sargent and Albon have both said how much better this car is than last year. Now, obviously, they only have a basis of comparison of their own car, which wasn't good. So, compared to a Red Bull, the car they're in is probably still terrible. But we'll see when Sargent gets in the car. I don't know if Albon's doing the full day. But what time is it back on? Is it 1:15 our time that it's back on? I know we don't do times, but what is lap time for a normal Bahrain race? Do you know? I don't know, but off the top of my head, but I do know it for testing last year. The fastest time was a 1:33.9, and I know qualifying was a mid-30. I did have that data up. I'm not sure about a race time. Give me a minute, and I can find that data for you. Bahrain 2022 result. Just give me a moment. So fastest laps. Let's have a look. Fastest lap in race last season was a 1:34.5 by Charles Leclerc. The qualifying Q1 was 1:31.4, Q2 was a 1:39, and Q3 was a 1:30.5. So there's that data for you guys. These times, let me see if they're comparable to anything. These times are faster than FP1 last season in Bahrain. So these times are faster. FP1 was a 1:34.1 last season. FP2 was a 1:31.9. FP3 was a 32.5. And that's obviously based on time of day. So I feel like they're not far off. Oh, big lock up there from Piastri into the pit. Bloody hell. So one could say they're not a million miles away from the pace of last year, I think, already on day one morning. If they were to really go for it, I don't think they're a million miles away from. Honestly, I don't think they're a million miles away, which is insane. So by the end of day 3 of testing, they're gonna be mad close. I think they're gonna be a lot faster. Sorry, I think by the end of day 3, I think you're gonna be looking at them getting about a second faster, if not more, by the time we get to Q3 a week on Saturday. I think you're going to see a lot more pace. Drugovich goes for a pass there on Zhou into turn 8. Are they saying... Are they saying that... Oh, Drugovich with a time? Oh... Drugovich with a time? There we go. There's a bit more from him. There's a bit more from the Aston. You'd bet your house on Alonso being a lot quicker than that as well, wouldn't you? I would. That's interesting. That's interesting. That's interesting. Again, times, but I think Drugovich was pushing there. The body language in the car was that he was giving it some beans. And then I think you'd say Alonso would go, what? Half a second faster? I don't know. Maybe more? I would. Rough guess. Maybe there is a bit of something from the Aston. Oh, I love this because we have no idea. We have no idea, do we? Glad, you reckon they might get on the pace of 21 cars? Let's have a look. I'm not entirely sure of the results. So let me just have a look here. Bahrain 2021 results. let's... anyone missing Vettel? I'm missing Vettel way more than I'd miss Danny Rick. No, I don't think they were hiding it. They've had issues this morning, Wayne. I don't think they've been hiding anything. Truthfully, I don't think they've been hiding anything. So qualifying Q3 in 2021 was 28.9. You know what, Gled? I reckon there might be. I reckon there might be towards that pace. I reckon towards that pace. Honestly, I feel like they'll be faster than. I feel like they'll have the potential to be faster than qualifying by the end of this test, which then brings 2021. I think they're going to be close to 2021. I actually do. I think they're going to be close. I do, mate. Yeah. I mean, what are we looking at there? A 32.9. I mean, the truth of that is they've got to find, what, 4 seconds? I reckon they're not going to be a million miles off 2021 pace. I think they'll be faster. Well, they're going to be faster than last year. But it's a different one. Right, finally in front of PC, you can see the tables on stream now. What do you mean? We've got like 5 minutes left of the session, guys. I am going to do as much as the afternoon session as I possibly can. I'm not going to stream on pit lanes today. I'm going to do as much of the afternoon session as I can, but I will have to cut it off, guys, because I have to go and get my daughter from school later. But I am going to take the lunchtime break. It's back at 1:15, right? Just confirm that. I'm almost certain that's correct. 12:15, sorry. So I've got an hour's gap. And I'll be able to stay with you from 12:15 to about 20 to 3. I'll be able to stay with you. So I'll be able to do another couple of hours this afternoon of session 2. And I'll get that all that queued up so that after this stream, so that you can get that all, notify me. Make sure you've hit like on the stream, guys, and also subscribed to the channel. I'm going to do as much Formula 1 content as I possibly can this season, so please make sure you subscribe to the channel. Just a little small-time creator doing my best to make an impression in the big world of this stuff. Oh no, has he left my delivery? I had a delivery. I hope he left it. 1 minute, I didn't even hear him at the door, but I had a delivery. Crap. I hope he's left it. Yeah, time zones. So I've got to shoot, like literally as soon as this session ends, I'll be shooting off. I will get the next session queued up and ready. And you guys will be able to watch that. You'll be able to notify me on that and everything, so that you get notified when I'm about to go live. But hit that subscribe button, and I will be live for 12:15. I'm literally going to go to the shop as quick as I can to buy food, and then start streaming the next bit. 2 minutes to go. Is anyone out on track? Just Gasly and Russell. So let's have a little bit of a recap there then. Let's have a little bit of a recap there. Verstappen in P1 there with 71 laps. Very nice amount of laps there for Red Bull. Lots of work done. Loads of Flovis runs. Sainz in second there with 72 laps. Again, lots of work done. We saw lots of Flovis runs, and we saw them clearly experimenting with ride heights and things like that, because we saw porpoising at different levels there in their team. And in the third place there, Williams, very impressive. Very impressive there with 74 laps. Love that they've got that amount of mileage in. Zhou in the Alfa Romeo, 67 laps. Russell in the Mercedes, who's still out on track actually, on used mediums with 68 laps. Hulkenberg in 6th with 51 laps. Drugovich in 7th with 40 laps. Tsunoda in 8th with 46 laps. Gasly in 9th with 58 laps. And Piastri in 10th with 52 laps. There. Piastri actually getting quite a lot of laps towards the end because I was a little bit bothered about McLaren and their lack of laps, I'll be honest. Honestly, I'm going to be flying along, Prime. I'm going to be flying along, mate. Lots of oversteer there on exit for Russell, but he is on used mediums, and I don't know how used, but you can see the graining on the front right of Russell's tyre there. So I think they are severely used tyres as he's coming through Sector 2. How far off is he? Many seconds, I should imagine. Yeah, 5.4 seconds off there. And I'm getting the session finished now as I'm actually still just watching Russell coming round onto the final corner. And here they go. And he comes over the line, and I think he stays where he was. Stock up on tomato. Mate, I haven't been able to get hold of tomatoes. Aurora loves the tomatoes. I haven't been able to get any. I like the green number on the Merc. Very visible, isn't it, Pascal? Very visible. But there we have it, guys. That is the end of session 1, day 1 of Formula 1 testing 2023. Thank you so much for joining me. I'll be back in 1 hour. I'm off to go and film a face and go round Aldi like a madman, as if I'm Max Verstappen with me trolley. I'll be back in 1 hour, guys. Please do join me then. I'll be with you for two and a half hours ish for the afternoon session. So I will see you in an hour's time. Thanks a lot, and I'll see you soon. Bye bye.